Chapter 920. Back in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, after Yang Kai returned, he immediately called Su Hui and asked him to send people out to inquire about the situation. Yang Kai didn't tell him what kind of information he needed to inquire about, only ordering him to send out a lot of disciples in all directions and tell them to pay attention to the places they passed through to see if there were any major events, then to return to the 9 peaks within a month. Su Hui did as he was told and didn't ask any questions. From the dignified expression on Yang Kai's face, Su Hui also smelled an unusual aura. The Holy Master must have discovered something, otherwise, he would never have acted like this. A few days later. Early in the morning, Yang Kai came to his room and quietly walked over to his bed. On the bed, Xia Ning Chang still had her eyes closed, her tender body motionless, obviously still digesting the information in the true alchemic way. Yang Kai waited quietly for a while, but seeing that she didn't respond, he broke into her knowledge sea. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, the little senior sister slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons, giving her a beautiful appearance. "How is your harvest?" Yang Kai asked. "Almost, all I need to do is familiarize myself with it," Xia Ning Chang gently nodded. Yang Kai nodded. He had wrapped the information in the true alchemic way with his spiritual energy and directly sent it to the little senior sister's soul avatar. With her aptitude and comprehension of alchemy, it wouldn't be difficult for her to fully understand the true alchemic way in a few days. "Come, let's start alchemy now. I'll introduce you to a few grandmasters while we're at it." Yang Kai grinned and took the initiative to withdraw his soul avatar. The next moment, both of them woke up. Inside the private room dedicated to alchemy, Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chang walked in together. The 5 grandmasters had been waiting for a long time. Each of them had their own alchemy furnace placed in front of them. These alchemy furnaces were small and exquisite, with fluorescent lines flowing across their surfaces. None of them were ordinary, all of them were saint-grade alchemy furnaces and were the most important artifacts of each grandmaster. After 10 days of rest, the 5 of them were in high spirits and full of anticipation. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the 5 grandmasters couldn't help but smile and nod. Chang Bao leaned his fat body against the wall and joked, "I haven't refined any alchemy for 10 days, so this old man is starting to miss the feeling of refining alchemy. Boy, let's hurry up and start." Yang Kai smiled. "That's exactly what I was thinking. Alchemy is one thing, but why did you bring your beloved woman here? Don't tell me you can't bear to part with her for even a moment." He Feng chuckled and shook his head. "Young people are so hot-blooded. Don't kiss in front of us old guys later. We're not young anymore. If the scene is too exciting, we won't be able to take it." Hong Fong also laughed. Xia Ning Chang was at a loss of what to do. With a face full of embarrassment, her tender face turned bright red. She kept glancing at Kai Yang, as if she was too ashamed to show her face. "Come little girl, come sit with this old woman, don't pay attention to these old men." Kong Ruoyu beckoned to Xia Ning Chang affectionately. Xia Ning Chang looked at Yang Kai and after Yang Kai nodded, she walked over to Kong Ruoyu and sat down cross-legged. A very docile little girl, her eyes clear and flawless, untainted by the ways of the world. "Yang Kai, you can't mistreat her in the future," Kong Ruoyu said sincerely. "Senior, please rest assured, this junior has nothing but love for senior sister and will never mistreat her." The 5 grandmasters were startled, none of them having expected Yang Kai to say such blatant words in front of so many people. However, if he didn't speak from the bottom of his heart, he wouldn't have said such words. Now that they realized how deep Yang Kai's feelings for this masked girl were, all of them couldn't help showing praise. Xia Ning Chang's eyes also couldn't help flashing a look of happiness. "All right, let's not talk too much. Let's start now. Duwani smiled and didn't interrupt. Only now did he open his mouth. Yang Kai called out towards the door, "Great Elder." Su Hui pushed open the door and entered, his expression solemn as he said, "Subordinate has been waiting for a long time." As he spoke, he put down the medicinal ingredients he had prepared and said, "These are the ingredients for today's 20 batches of pills. I'll have to trouble the Holy Lord and the Masters. When evening comes, this subordinate will come back to collect the pills. Great Elder, go outside and bring in 10 more batches of pill materials," Yang Kai ordered. Su Hui was stunned. "Bring in 10 more batches." The 5 grandmasters also stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Chang Bao said, "Little brat, alchemy is a matter of balance between work and rest. If you are in poor condition and force yourself to refine pills, it is very likely that you will fail or the quality of the pills you refine will be poor. You can refine 10 batches a day by yourself, we've already seen it, but all of us old fogies can only refine 10 batches a day. How are you going to deal with the extra 10 batches? If you can't refine good pills, you might as well not refine them at all." Duwani also tried to persuade him. Outstanding alchemists also had strict requirements for the pills they refined. If the quality of the pills they refined wasn't good enough, it was very likely they would ruin their reputation. Therefore, outstanding alchemists would not allow inferior pills to circulate outside. If they refined such pills, they would personally destroy them. Yang Kai glanced over at them and laughed. "I understand what several grandmasters are trying to say, but don't worry, the extra 10 batches won't need to be refined by me, nor will the several grandmasters need to refine them." "Then who will refine them?" He Feng's eyes widened as he suddenly turned to Su Hui, a look of suspicion filling his face. The Great Elder quickly waved his hand and smiled. "Grandmaster, don't look at me like that, I only know how to take pills. The alchemic way is 9 out of 10, I still don't understand one thing." He Feng nodded lightly. "You don't look like you know how to perform alchemy." Su Hui's face went black, secretly thinking that these alchemy grandmasters were quite direct with their words. "Yang Kai." Kong Ruo, you thoughtfully glanced over at Xia Ning Chang a few times. "You don't mean to say that the extra 10 batches will be refined by your senior sister, do you?" As soon as this remark came out, everyone turned to look at Xia Ning Chang. Yang Kai chuckled. "That's exactly what I meant. She can also refine saint pills." Chang Bao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he cried out, "That's impossible, she's only a little older than you. Even if she started learning alchemy in her mother's womb, it's impossible for her to have the ability to refine saint pills." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I didn't start learning alchemy in my mother's womb either." The several grandmasters looked at him angrily. "You're different, you can't be judged by common sense. Can she really refine a holy elixir? This old master doesn't believe it. Little brat, don't make fun of us, be careful or these old fogies will get angry with you." This was the territory they were most proficient in and the territory they held the most authority over. Being surpassed by Yang Kai was one thing, but there were always 1 or 2 such geniuses in this world, but if they were also surpassed by his senior sister, who knew how these grandmasters would feel? They would definitely be very disappointed, perhaps even suffering a blow and never be able to recover. "I will," Xia Ning Chang suddenly said. Duwan's brow furrowed as he suddenly remembered something, staring towards Yang Kai and asking, "She's the senior sister you mentioned before, the one whose alchemy skills are even better than yours?" Back in Grand Boulder City, Yang Kai had casually mentioned to him that there was a senior sister whose attainments in alchemy were even better than his own. At that time, Duwan didn't believe it, but now he suddenly remembered. Yang Kai nodded. Duwan took a deep breath and quickly said, "Seeing is believing, I'll have to trouble Great Elder to bring me 10 more sets of materials." Su Hui didn't say anything more and quickly left. A short time later, 10 more sets of materials were brought over. The door to the room was closed. leaving only the 7 grandmasters sitting cross-legged. The 5 grandmasters didn't rush to begin alchemy but instead stared towards Xia Ningchang, seemingly wanting to know if this little girl could really refine a saint pill as she claimed. Being stared at by the 5 grandmasters like this, Xia Ningchang couldn't help turning a timid look towards Yang Kai. However, she soon discovered that Yang Kai had already begun to refine pills, causing her to purse her lips. "Little girl, what kind of pill furnace are you using? Can you take it out and let this old woman have a look?" Kong Ruoyu asked pleasantly. Seeing that Xia Ningchang seemed a little nervous, she deliberately tried to ease her mood. "I don't have a pill furnace," Xia Ningchang replied softly. "You don't have a pill furnace?" The 5 grandmasters were all shocked. Chang Bao shouted, "How can you perform alchemy without a pill furnace?" This smelly brat really wanted to make fun of this old master, but this old master was naive enough to be fooled by him. It really makes this old master angry. "Don't be noisy." Kong Ruoyu glared at him before turning to Xia Ningchang with a smile. "Don't you use a pill furnace to perform alchemy?" Xia Ningchang gently nodded. This time, even Kong Ruoyu couldn't help showing a strange expression. Although she couldn't quite believe it, she vaguely felt that this little girl with such clear eyes must have a pure heart and couldn't possibly be lying. Patiently, she said, "Then how do you usually perform alchemy? How about we observe it now? The few of us aren't interested in anything else but alchemy, so we'd like to see how you can refine a saint pill without a pill furnace." Xia Ningchang nodded her head and slowly closed her eyes, as if she was trying to calm herself down. A moment later, when she opened her eyes again, the grandmasters were shocked to find that this little girl's temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change in an instant. The original Xia Ningchang was extremely shy, but now, she exuded an aura of self-confidence. There was no trace of panic in her eyes and her every movement was extremely calm. A set of alchemy materials was placed in front of her and she meticulously examined them one by one. "Saint pill materials." Kong Ruoyu whispered softly, "She's already eyeing the saint pill materials, could it be that she can really refine them?" The 5 grandmasters all paid close attention to Xia Ningchang. But the little senior sister was no longer nervous. At this moment, she seemed to have escaped into another world, leaving only the set of saint pill materials in front of her. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Suddenly, a gentle power burst out from Xia Ningchang's body. The moment they felt this power, the 5 grandmasters were all stunned. Chapter 9:21. What stunned the 5 grandmasters wasn't the strength of Xia Ningchang's strength. Although she was a third-order transcendent, the grandmasters didn't care much about her and only thought of her as a martial Dao genius like Yang Kai. Most importantly, the energy in her body was not of the fire attribute, nor was it of the yang attribute. Whether it was alchemy or artifact refining, one needed to use a burning hot energy to fuse medicinal efficacies with the essence of ores in order to refine pills and artifacts into their desired shape. Therefore, alchemists and artifact refiners must cultivate fire or yang attribute secret arts, and the yuan qi in their bodies must also contain a certain degree of heat. However, within the power that Xia Ningchang released, there was only a very gentle aura that was close to nature. How was she supposed to perform alchemy like this? The 5 grandmasters were all stunned. But in the next moment, they were all shocked. The saint great herbs were wrapped in an invisible force as they floated in front of Xia Ningchang. Under the gentle force of nature, the herbs were all decomposed and the essences of the herbs condensed together, forming drops of incomparably pure medicinal liquid, while the useless impurities were all expelled from the liquid. Xia Ningchang's body remained motionless, but the strength in her body continued to circulate, her 2 jade hands forming a series of strange seals as she sent them towards the herbs. The expressions of the grandmasters all changed, each of them wearing an expression of disbelief as they stared at Xia Ningqiang for a moment, afraid they would miss any of her actions. With the eyesight of the 5 grandmasters, they could naturally see that this little girl in front of them had extremely profound attainments in alchemy. Her technique of condensing medicinal liquids had reached the point of perfection. Even if they were to do it themselves, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do a better job than Xia Ningqiang. None of the medicinal efficacies in the herbs were wasted, and under her wondrous technique, they were all condensed and gradually gathered together. Drop after drop of the medicinal liquid floated in front of Xia Ningqiang like pearls. She pointed with her jade finger, and the power in her body continuously burst forth. Xia Ningqiang used her finger as a brush and yuan qi as ink to inscribe exquisite spirit diagrams in the air. His speed was extremely fast. Everyone keenly discovered that the spirit diagram she used was almost exactly the same as the one Yang Kai used. It was obvious that they were taught by the same person. Gradually, the 5 grandmasters were drawn in. They all held their breaths and didn't dare to make the slightest sound for fear of disturbing Xia Ningqiang. They no longer doubted whether or not Xia Ningqiang could concoct pills. The miraculous scene in front of them clearly explained this problem. It was impossible for someone who couldn't concoct pills to understand the spirit arrays used in alchemy, and it was impossible for them to perfectly condense medicinal liquids. Moreover, Xia Ningqiang's alchemy technique had a kind of aesthetic feeling to it that made them intoxicated, forgetting their own existence. Following Xia Ningqiang's movements, the 5 grandmasters all discovered that they seemed to have fallen into a magical world, a world that belonged to alchemy. A broad road lay beneath their feet, and the light in front of them was bright. At this moment, everyone felt as if their souls had been baptized, and their alchemy skills that had soaked in silver for 100 years seemed to show signs of sublimation. Gradually, a complex and profound spirit diagram took shape. The lines on the diagram flickered with light, guiding the medicinal liquids to gather at the center. Clearly, the medicinal liquids were fusing and clashing with each other, producing a delightful change, faintly forming the shape of a pill. The 5 grandmasters all stared with wide eyes, looking very excited. They had been alchemists for so many years, but never once had they clearly seen a pill take shape right under their noses. The pills they refined were all formed inside their pill furnaces, so they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Only when the pill was formed could they see the true appearance of the pill. It wasn't until this moment that they realized the formation of a pill was so fascinating and eye-catching. It was like the birth of a new life, exuding a vigorous energy aura. The grandmaster's emotions fluctuated, and they were almost unable to speak. All of them stretched out their necks, seemingly wanting to get closer and observe more carefully. As the pill slowly took on a beautiful appearance, the grandmasters poured their minds into the pill, feeling extremely nervous as it was born. After a long time, a pill fragrance suddenly filled the air, shaking everyone's spirits. They felt as if a large stone had been lifted from their hearts, and their bodies and minds relaxed. Xia Ningqiang reached out and grabbed the pill in front of her, her slender white fingers pinching it as she carefully examined it for a while. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as if she wasn't very satisfied, but she still put it into a jade bottle prepared in advance. At the same time, Yang Kai also refined a saint pill. He reached out and patted his pill furnace, causing the saint pill to fly out and fall into the jade bottle in his hand, where he sealed it. 2 slightly different pill fragrances filled the air in this room, making people feel refreshed. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the strong thumping of the 5 grandmasters' hearts could be heard. Xia Ningqiang finally awoke from the world of alchemy. As soon as she raised her head, she saw 5 pairs of eyes staring at her like hungry wolves searching for food in the snow. Several seniors. Xia Ningqiang was startled and hurriedly turned to Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai grinned, knowing that they had all just recovered from their shock and had yet to recover, so he simply said, "Several grandmasters believe this junior's words now, right?" Duan glanced at him and nodded with a wry smile. Really, seeing is believing. Everyone finally recovered, with Chang Bao frowning and a puzzled look on his face. "But I still don't understand, without the fire and yang attributes of Yuan Qi, how could she condense the pill's efficacies? It's fine if she doesn't use a pill furnace, but this Yuan Qi's attribute isn't right. I'm not too sure, does alchemy not require a burning power?" He Feng also shook his head. Although watching Xia Ning Chang perform alchemy was a huge gain, it also subverted their long-held understanding of alchemy, causing them to begin to doubt their own knowledge. Kong Ruoyut seemed to be deep in thought. After thinking for a long time, she said, "Have you heard that there is a special physique in this world that is specially born for alchemy?" "A special physique?" Duan's expression shook as he suddenly remembered. "You mean, sacred spirit medicine body?" Hong Fong exclaimed. "Yes, it is the sacred spirit medicine body." Kong Ruoyu stared at Xia Ning Chang with a burning gaze. "This little girl may possess the sacred spirit medicine body. If that's the case, then it explains why she can perform alchemy without using a pill furnace or burning power." Duan nodded in agreement. As top alchemists, the several grandmasters had naturally heard of the sacred spirit medicine body and knew just how miraculous this special physique was. Comparing it with Xia Ning Chang's performance, they became more and more certain of their speculations. "Boy, does your senior sister have a special physique?" Chang Bao asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "No wonder, it turns out to be the legendary physique." The eyes of the several grandmasters became brighter as they stared at Xia Ning Chang as if they were looking at the greatest treasure in the alchemy world, their expressions filled with warmth and friendliness. "You senior sister and junior sister really know how to shock others." Duan smiled bitterly. This old master no longer has any confidence in his alchemy skills. "And I also wonder if I've lived in vain for so long." He Feng also couldn't help sighing. "But if we really compare, this junior isn't as good as this little girl." Hong Fong laughed. "Both of them are refining saint-grade pills, but in terms of time, this little girl has the upper hand." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "There's no other way. Senior sister's attainments in alchemy have always been better than mine. No, junior brother seems to have only studied alchemy for a short time. He didn't even know how to perform alchemy before." Xia Ning Chang quickly waved his hand. "You don't need to praise each other. Hurry up and continue refining. There are still 30 pills to refine today." Chang Bao couldn't wait to watch them again and urged them. But let's make it clear first, after being shocked by you, us old fellows won't be refining today so as to avoid wasting herbs," He Feng added. "Good, today's 30 pills will be handed over to me and little senior sister." Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chang exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly, no longer saying anything, and continued to immerse themselves in their alchemy. Time passed by. The 5 grandmasters had been gathered around Xia Ning Chang, not missing a single detail of her movements. Yang Kai was completely ignored. They had been observing Yang Kai's alchemy for some time now, and now that Xia Ning Chang had joined them, naturally they weren't willing to miss out on these new techniques. Yang Kai was also happy to see this, and Xia Ning Chang was even happier. She didn't have many saint-grade materials to practice with before, but now that she had come to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, she no longer needed to worry about materials, so she spared no effort in refining. On top of that, with her sacred spirit medicine body's special constitution, when she performed alchemy, the speed at which her strength improved was countless times faster than when she meditated. Xia Ning Chang herself had said before that alchemy was a form of cultivation, so she didn't feel tired at all. After busying herself for a long time, the 30 pills were finally refined. Yang Kai felt a little exhausted, but Xia Ning Chang was still full of energy, seemingly wanting to continue. Su Hui came forward and took the 30 pills, brought them out of the Holy Land, and handed them to the cultivator waiting outside the 9 peaks. The cultivator was full of praise, praising the Holy Land's Grandmaster's methods. After 10 days of cultivation, the number of pills he could refine had actually skyrocketed. This made the people who were waiting in line to ask for pills extremely happy. The number of pills refined by the Holy Land's Grandmasters increased every day, so the time they needed to wait became shorter. At this moment, Yang Kai, Xiaoning Chang, and the 5 Grandmasters had all returned to their rooms, closed their eyes, and meditated, comprehending the day's gains. The next day, the same continued. It wasn't until 3 days later that the 5 Grandmasters began to perform alchemy, sharing their own insights in the process. Inside the room, the fragrance of pills filled the air as one after another spirit grade and saint grade pills were produced, creating a pleasing scene. Chapter 9:22. Time flew by, and a month later, the Holy Land disciples sent out by Su Hui to inquire about the situation returned one after another. After listening to their reports, Great Elder also faintly realized that something had happened in this world and immediately rushed to the Holy Master Court to request an audience with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had also been waiting for this day to come, so he had not gone to perform alchemy. Inside the hall, Su Hui said with a strange expression, "Holy Master, the disciples we sent out recently discovered a very strange phenomenon after a month of traveling and inquiring about the various major events that occurred along the way." What? Many entrances to different mysterious small worlds suddenly appeared throughout the world. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his expression became dignified. After the opening of the Holy Tomb, the opening of the star field, and the appearance of an entrance to a mysterious small world 2,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai faintly had a bad feeling in his heart, which was why he had asked Su Hui to send out disciples to investigate. The results of this investigation were basically the same as what he had guessed, making him feel a little uneasy. Su Hui continued, "After the disciples' investigation, they found that the entrances to these mysterious small worlds all opened at the same time, all by themselves. During this time, all the cultivators in the world have fallen into a frenzy of entering these mysterious small worlds in search of treasures. Countless people have entered and exited these mysterious small worlds one after another, but according to the disciples, most of these mysterious small worlds are empty and devoid of life. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of these mysterious small worlds do contain ancient ruins and treasures. Did you find out when these entrances opened?" Su Hui nodded. "It seems to have been about a month and a half ago." A month and a half. This further confirmed the suspicions in Yang Kai's heart. This was when Yang Kai rescued Meng Wuya and Xiaoning Chang. Could the strange space where Great Demon God's soul clone was located really be related to these mysterious small worlds? Great Demon God had said that this place was the center of the entire world, and if it was destroyed, unimaginable events would occur. Could he be referring to the current situation when he said that? It was precisely because this place was the center of the world that, after it was destroyed, the mysterious small worlds hidden all over the world were able to reappear. However, this didn't seem to be a bad thing. Why was the great demonic god's divine clone so cautious? Moreover, the tone of his voice at that time was as if a great disaster was about to befall, which made Yang Kai very concerned. Seeing Yang Kai's expression fluctuating, Su Hui didn't dare to say anything and simply stood aside, waiting for further instructions. After a long time, Great Elder tentatively asked, "Holy Master, should our Holy Land also search for mysterious small worlds? Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains. The disciples have been cultivating for a while now, so it's time for them to go out and walk around." Yang Kai looked up at him, pondered for a moment, then suddenly nodded. "Good, the Holy Land's disciples can go out and will to explore this mysterious small world, but I want them to help me keep track of some news. Saint Lord, please instruct me. If any mysterious small world appears in the central capital, Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land, or Tian Lang Dynasty, reported immediately, "Don't delay." Yes. Su Hui didn't ask much about the significance of these places. Just by looking at Yang Kai's expression, he knew these places must be very important to him. "Also, help me find Wizard Tribulation, tell him I have something I need his help with." Yang Kai ordered again. Only then did the Grand Elder depart respectfully. Sitting on a chair in the hall, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Although this time's events were unexpected, perhaps it was an opportunity to return to the central capital. For a long time, he had been very worried about his relatives in the central capital, but he had never been able to find a way back. In the past, he had wandered around aimlessly and his strength was low, but now that he had finally settled down and grasped a huge amount of power in his hands, he naturally wanted to bring his family and friends here so that they could enjoy a better cultivation environment. This time, the entrances to all the hidden mysterious small worlds across the continent had all opened on their own, and some of these entrances would definitely lead to the world he came from. Because the central capital, strictly speaking, was also a mysterious small world. However, it was slightly different from other mysterious small worlds as the central capital's world was much larger. If some Saint Realm master with bad intentions headed to the central capital, with the heritage of the 8 great families, they would not be able to resist. He had to find a way back as soon as possible and return to the central capital one step ahead of everyone else. An hour later, Wizard Tribulation hurried over. Yang Kai asked him to use the current strength of Netherworld sect to help him keep an eye out for news from the central capital. Wizard Tribulation readily agreed and hurried back to deploy his forces. Since establishing a relationship with Yang Kai, Wizard Tribulation's Netherworld sect had become much smoother, so he naturally would not refuse Yang Kai's request. After doing all this, Yang Kai gave some instructions to Xia Ning Chang before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle alone, transforming into a streak of blue light and disappearing into the 9 peaks. A day later, he appeared in Soaring Heaven sect. Inside Serene Resplendent Peak, he found Feiyu Martial Ant and asked her to use the power of Soaring Heaven sect to help him keep an eye out for news. Without much delay, Yang Kai left again. 2 days later, Dragon Phoenix Palace. Inside Dragon Pavilion, Sun Yu, the Dragon Emperor, sat cross-legged, cultivating the most precious secret martial skills of Dragon Phoenix Palace. Since Sun Yu successfully entered the Dragon Valley restricted area a few years ago and opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, he had become the most eye-catching existence in Dragon Phoenix Palace. Palace Master Chen Zhou and the elders also regarded him as the greatest hope for revitalizing the sect, providing him with the best cultivation environment and abundant materials. It had been a year and a half since he safely escaped from Dragon Valley, and during this time, Sun Yu's cultivation had made some progress, but it was not enough to satisfy him. Because when Sun Yu entered Dragon Valley, it took him 2 years to soar from the Yuan Qi Boundary 7th stage to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, crossing an entire great realm. But now, after a year and a half, he had only reached the peak Immortal Ascension boundary, making his progress somewhat disappointing. However, because of his identity as the Dragon Emperor, the Palace Master and the elders did not say much and simply waited patiently for him to soar to the heavens. Only Sun Yu knew in his heart that the real Dragon Emperor was someone else. During the 2 years he spent in Dragon Valley, his strength had grown rapidly because of the guidance of that senior. More than a year after that senior left, Sun Yu had diligently cultivated, but the only thing he could do was ensure that his strength grew faster than others. However, this kind of speed had undoubtedly disappointed the Palace Master and his master. Coupled with the fact that the Palace Master had been constantly trying to help him find the Phoenix Empress, Sun Yu was so annoyed that he could only enter secluded retreat. The search for the Phoenix Empress was thus put on hold. While meditating, Sun Yu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, as if there was a pair of eyes watching him, and the aura in the room also changed. Opening his eyes, Sun Yu shouted, "Who is it?" A person was standing in front of him, looking at him with an amiable smile as he praised, "Your vigilance is not bad, it seems you've grown quite a bit." Hearing this person's voice and looking at his physique and appearance, Sun Yu was overjoyed and quickly got up and called out, "Senior Yang." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Why are you here? When did you arrive?" Sun Yu was extremely excited as he rushed over to Yang Kai and asked. "I just arrived," Yang Kai replied casually. "Speak softly, there are 2 transcendents guarding this place outside." "And?" Sun Yu glanced outside and couldn't help shrinking his neck, lowering his voice as he politely brought over a chair. "Senior Yang, please sit." After Yang Kai sat down, Sun Yu respectfully poured him a glass of water before standing to the side and looking at him with a smile, as if he had just seen the person closest to him. Sweeping Sun Yu with his divine sense, Yang Kai gently nodded. "Your cultivation has progressed quite well, you've been cultivating hard this time, right?" Sun Yu's expression became bitter as he said, "Senior Yang, please don't make fun of me. This progress may be very good compared to the average person, but compared to the expectations Palace Master and Master have placed on me, it's far from enough. Moreover, I'm not satisfied with it. Don't worry, strength is something you grow slowly. Senior Yang, when can you explain everything to Palace Master?" "I've been under a lot of pressure lately," Sun Yu said with a bitter expression. "I understand," Yang Kai nodded, "but now is not the time." Sun Yu had suddenly changed from an ordinary disciple to the hope of the entire sect. Perhaps at the very beginning, Sun Yu would have been secretly delighted, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, but after he understood the heavy burden on his shoulders, he understood what it meant to not be in a position where one should not be in a position where one should not be. Being under a lot of pressure was normal. "Wait a while," Yang Kai comforted. He planned to wait until he found Su Yan and brought her back to inherit the Phoenix Empress inheritance from the Phoenix Nest before explaining this matter to Dragon Phoenix Palace's people. When the time came, the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress would both appear, presumably they would be happy to accept. "Then, what business does Senior Yang have with us this time? There is indeed something I need your help with." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he explained to Sun Yu about his request to the wizard Jia and his martial aunt Fei Yu. Sun Yu naturally did not refuse. Half a day later, under the command of Palace Master Chen Zhou, many of Dragon Phoenix Palace's elites were dispatched from all directions. Yang Kai bid farewell to Sun Yu and left Dragon Phoenix Palace. Standing atop the Flying Heavens shuttle, he released his divine sense and paid close attention to his surroundings. Yang Kai had used all the connections he could to inquire about news from the central capital as soon as possible. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to go to Water Spirit Temple again, but after thinking about it, Shu Ling knew his origins. If they really did find the entrance to the central capital, Shu Ling would send someone to deliver the news to Nine Heaven's Holy Land even if he didn't say anything. Flying at a high speed, Yang Kai released his divine sense. Once he detected any void force fluctuations nearby, he would immediately investigate to see if there was an entrance to a mysterious small world. If there was, he would enter directly and see if this mysterious small world was his home. Disappointment after disappointment and emptiness after emptiness made Yang Kai extremely anxious. The central capital's 8 great families were second to none, but compared to Tongxian realm, they were nothing. If some great force really did find this place and set their sights on it, it was likely they would make a big fuss. Chapter 923. One day, 2 months later, Yang Kai returned from the outside world. Returning to the Holy Master Court, he called Su Hui and asked him if his disciples had found anything during this time, but there was no harvest. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. 2 months ago, he had used all of his connections to ask several great forces to pay attention to news from the central capital. In addition, Nine Heaven's Holy Land itself was also investigating, but he still couldn't find anything. Over the past 2 months, Yang Kai himself had been searching everywhere for the entrance to a small sealed world. He had entered and exited 20 to 30 small sealed worlds, but none of them led to the central capital. The Flying Heavens shuttle's incredible speed was of great help at this time, so after 2 months, Yang Kai had almost traversed half of the human territory. Every 3 days, Yang Kai would return to the Holy Land so as not to miss any useful information. But he still hadn't obtained any news. Su Hui had already left when a fragrant wind blew past. Yang Kai looked up and saw Xia Ning Chang standing in front of him in a light muslin dress. Seemingly understanding the anxiety in Yang Kai's heart, a look of deep sympathy flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai reached out and pulled his little senior sister into his arms before asking, "Have you finished refining the pills?" "N." Xia Ning Chang nodded gently. "Thanks to the small sealed world, fewer and fewer people are coming here to ask for pills, so there aren't many pills to refine now." Because of the sudden appearance of so many small sealed worlds, most cultivators wanted to get a share of the pie, so they left the 9 peaks one after another to seek opportunities outside. As a result, there was no longer a need to line up outside the 9 peaks to ask for pills. This also allowed Xia Ning Chang and the other grandmasters to have some free time. The senior sister and junior sister were touching each other's skin as they breathed in each other's scent. "Junior brother, are you looking for the entrance to the central capital?" Xia Ning Chang suddenly asked. "Did you ask, Great Elder?" Yang Kai was stunned. Xia Ning Chang shook her head. "I can see it myself. Strictly speaking, the central capital is also a small sealed world. Before, we couldn't find the entrance, but now that the entrance has opened on its own, it should have been discovered long ago, but there hasn't been any news about it. Junior brother, you must be very worried. You've been running around a lot these days, so I guessed it. And I've been looking for it, unfortunately I haven't found it. There will always be some clues, junior brother, don't worry." Xia Ning Chang comforted him softly, taking the initiative to hold Kai Yang's big hand. Faintly sighing, she said, "At such a critical time, I don't know where Master ran off to. If he's here, we can't. Treasurer Meng, he probably has something important to do." Kai Yang didn't know where Treasurer Meng had run off to at this critical moment. But since he had left as soon as he arrived at 9 Heaven's Holy Land, even leaving Xia Ning Chang in Yang Kai's care, it must be something important. Yang Kai even suspected that he had run off to the Demon Land. After all, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of the demon commander, so perhaps after restoring his strength, he had gone to find trouble with the demon commander again. If this was the case, Treasurer Meng's future was bleak. Asterisk dang 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 asterisk suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Xia Ning Chang was like a frightened rabbit as she hurriedly jumped out of Yang Kai's arms, blushing slightly as she stood aside awkwardly. When no one else was around, she could be affectionate with Yang Kai, but in front of outsiders, she couldn't let go. The one who came in was Su Hui, and he seemed to be in a hurry. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. "Is there something else, Great Elder?" Su Hui had just reported to Yang Kai the news his disciples had gathered, but now he had hurriedly returned. Obviously there was something he needed to report. "Holy Master, there are 2 women outside who want to see you." Su Hui carefully glanced at Xia Ning Chang's expression before lightly coughing and reporting. "Women?" Yang Kai frowned. "What kind of women?" "And, very beautiful and very young," Su Hui didn't hesitate to ask. Su Hui didn't even blink as he reported bluntly. He spoke in a serious tone, clearly thinking that these 2 women were Yang Kai's love debts from outside and were now looking for him. Xia Ning Chang also thought the same and couldn't help smiling, her beautiful eyes faintly staring towards Yang Kai as she whispered, "Junior brother, I'll return to my room first." Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he righteously said, "I don't know any beautiful young women outside. Are they Yun Xian and Ruan Xanu from Bold Independent Union? When those two came to the Holy Land last time, Great Elder also saw them. Not them. Su Hui shook his head, his eyes lighting up as he said, right, those two girls should be twins. They look the same, but their temperaments are somewhat different. One is charming while the other is like a fairy. And both of them are rare beauties. From his expression, it seemed Yang Kai's luck with women wasn't shallow. Obviously, he had determined that these two women had some kind of ambiguous relationship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he stood up and muttered, twins. N. Su Hui didn't know why Yang Kai's reaction was so strong and stared at him in amazement before continuing, and according to this old master's observation, these two girls should be cultivating some kind of special secret art. Their life auras are exactly the same, even the auras they exude are exactly the same. As for their strength, they should be around the first order transcendent realm, but they give off a feeling that they can't be ignored. It's really a bit strange, even if they are twins, their life auras and auras shouldn't be the same. Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened and a strange light flashed across his eyes while Xia Ning Chang also stopped in her tracks, covering her mouth as her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and joy. The senior sister and junior brother glanced at each other and both thought of the same possibility. Where are they? Yang Kai quickly asked, releasing his divine sense at the same time. Just outside the mountain peak. Take me to them. I'll go too. Xia Ning Chang hurriedly said. Ah. Su Hui was speechless as he stood in place, secretly feeling anxious for Yang Kai, wondering if this senior sister of the Holy Master was planning to embarrass these two women. But looking at her appearance, it didn't seem like she would do such a thing. What are you gawking for? Yang Kai shouted before flying off with Xia Ning Chang. Su Hui braced himself and followed, secretly deciding that if these women started fighting, he would immediately run away and leave the Holy Master to deal with. Good luck with women wasn't easy to enjoy. Su Hui, as an experienced man, naturally knew how terrifying a woman could be once she started making a scene. Outside the 9 peaks, 2 women with graceful figures were quietly standing there. Both of them were outstanding beauties with ample breasts and graceful waists. However, their temperaments were different. The one on the left had a charming expression while the one on the right was a little more lively. When the two of them stood together, they couldn't help but give birth to a kind of captivating visual impact. The several Holy Land disciples guarding this place constantly stole glances at these two women, secretly marveling at their stunning beauty. None of them dared to stare too excessively, from time to time taking advantage of the two women's distraction to sneak a peek. Elder sister, these people are really annoying, they keep stealing glances. The woman on the right pursed her red lips and whispered softly into the ear of the woman on the left. Don't pay attention to them. The woman on the left shook her head and smiled. Can't they just steal a few glances? In any case, it's not like they'll lose anything. All men are like this, there are many more people who are more annoying than them. But that person is different, that person. The elder sister's face also became dignified, revealing a look of reminiscence. That person has been gone for more than 10 years without any news. I wonder if the person here is him. I think so. The elder sister glanced over at her younger sister and sneered, although I also hope so, I still feel like it's impossible. According to others, this 9 heavens Holy Land's Holy Master is a third-order transcendent. The two of us sisters have only been able to reach our current cultivation because we obtained a supreme inheritance. No matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to increase his cultivation faster than us. With the two of us working together, our cultivation speed is twice that of an ordinary person. Elder sister, have you forgotten all the miracles he created in the central capital and War City? Anything that is impossible is possible with him. I hope so, but if it really is him, how could he become the master of this place in just 10 short years? This kind of force is not something the 8 great families can compare with, the elder sister sighed. Although she still held out some hope, she still felt it was somewhat unrealistic. I wonder what the situation with the sect is like. The younger sister wore a worried look. No matter what happens over there, we can't go back now. Our only hope is to find him quickly and ask him to think of a way. Someone's coming. While speaking, the elder sister raised her head and looked into the distance, just in time to see 3 figures rushing towards them. The speed of these 3 people was extremely fast, so even with her current cultivation, all she could see was a series of afterimages. When the 3 people landed in front of them, the beautiful eyes of the 2 sisters lit up. They couldn't believe their eyes, but they also felt relieved as they looked in front of them. Disciple greets Holy Master, greets Great Elder. The Holy Land disciple guarding this place respectfully saluted. Great Elder waved his hand but didn't say anything, simply standing behind Yang Kai and observing his expression. He found that when he saw these 2 girls, the Holy Master smiled, and although it was silent, it was obvious he was reuniting with an old friend. It really is you. Xia Ning Chang also covered her mouth and exclaimed. Yang Kai. The 2 sisters also seemed to be a little too excited and shouted in unison. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of the Great Elder, they rushed over and gave Yang Kai a big hug. Their movements were so orderly that it was as if they were the same person. Hugging left and right, their tender bodies were soft to the extreme, and their breasts were shockingly flexible. Kai Yang stood there at a loss, obviously also stunned. Too enthusiastic. After not seeing each other for 10 years, these 2 sisters had become so enthusiastic, even taking the initiative to throw themselves into his arms, making Yang Kai feel overwhelmed. Xia Ning Chang just stood to the side and chuckled, not seeming to mind at all. Great Elder looked up at the sky with a focused expression, as if there was a great mystery in the sky. Chapter 9:24. Outside the 9 peaks, Yang Kai held 2 identical beauties in his arms and a young senior sister with a veil covering her face stood next to him. The Holy Land disciple in charge of guarding this place stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, a look of admiration and envy filling his face as he thought to himself, Holy Master is truly a Holy Master. Even such beautiful sisters have been conquered by him. He really is a role model for all men. That's enough, what are you 2 doing? Yang Kai was almost out of breath from being hugged so tightly, and the amazing softness of their chests made him restless for a moment, so he quickly touched the waists of the 2 women. The 2 sisters released him and glared at him while gnashing their teeth. What? Yang Kai looked vigilant. It was you who delivered yourself to me, not me who wanted to take advantage of you. I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still so annoying. The charming woman snorted, we've been worried about your safety all these years, but it turns out you've already become a holy master here. We've been worried about you for so long in vain. Are you worried about me? Yang Kai looked at them in amazement, then I'm really honored. I'm not, it's Mei who keeps talking about you, the woman blushed and denied. Elder sister has. No. Okay, don't quarrel as soon as you see each other, let's go inside and talk, Xia Ning Chang also recovered and said. Yang Kai grinned and beckoned to the 2 sisters, come with me. Since you're already here, don't treat yourself as an outsider. I won't, the elder sister snorted and pulled her younger sister along with Xia Ning Chang, taking the lead into the 9 peaks. Yang Kai shook his head with a smile as he stared at their backs, his expression gradually becoming serious. The 2 sisters were none other than the Hu sisters of Blood Battle Gang, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air. Because Yang Kai had been inquiring about the central capital during this time, when he heard the great Chief Chok report that a pair of twins had come to see him, the figures of the Hu sisters involuntarily appeared in his mind. The words of the great Chok elder after that also confirmed his guess. In the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai and Su Yan had obtained the final inheritance, which was Dragon Phoenix Palaces. However, the Hu sisters also had their own opportunities and obtained a set of twin chi shared branches divine technique. After cultivating this technique, their life aura and energy waves would be exactly the same. Since they had appeared here, it meant that the central capital and Tongxian realm had really been connected. Perhaps something had happened that made him worried. Holy Master, those two girls. Su Hui stammered, wanting to inquire about the origins of the twins and their relationship with Yang Kai, but also feeling that he was being too nosy. It's not what you think. Yang Kai glanced at him. Subordinate understands, Su Hui nodded quickly. After entering the 9 peaks, the two sisters looked around as they walked, constantly exclaiming in amazement. 9 Heaven's Holy Land was a top force even in Tongxian realm, and the scenery inside the 9 peaks was pleasant and the world energy aura was rich. The central capital simply couldn't compare. When they arrived here, they immediately felt as if their horizons had been broadened. The two sisters were like 2 village girls who had entered a bustling city. It was too much for their eyes to take in. In the Holy Master Court, Xia Ning Chang arranged for the two sisters to sit down while Yang Kai personally poured them a cup of tea. And Ling Er also served them a plate of rare spirit fruits. The Hu sisters seemed to have not had a good rest for a long time, their pretty faces filled with exhaustion and their strength had been greatly consumed. Smelling the fragrance of these spirit fruits, they couldn't help feeling hungry. Hu Jiao Er unceremoniously picked up 2 fruits and handed one to Hu Mei Er before taking a big bite. Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chang sat next to the 2 sisters, waiting for them to recover. After eating several spirit fruits, the 2 sisters seemed to have recovered and Yang Kai asked, looking at how travel-worn you are, have you been traveling for a long time? The Hu sisters nodded together, about 3 months. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, you've worked hard. The 2 of them were now first-order transcendents, so traveling for 3 months had consumed a great deal of their strength, so it was inevitable they would feel exhausted. Yang Kai, you have to hurry back to the central capital, something may have happened there, Hu Jiao Er suddenly frowned and said anxiously. I know, Yang Kai gently nodded. You know. The Hu sisters looked at him in amazement. To be honest, some things have happened here recently. I've been looking for a way back but haven't been able to find it. It just so happens that you came here today, so tell me in detail, how did you get here? The Hu sisters glanced at each other before Hu Jiao Er said, do you remember the place where the Heaven's Cave inheritance opened? That was one of my Hu family's mines. Of course I remember, Yang Kai nodded. About 3 or 4 months ago, some strange phenomena suddenly appeared there. After listening to Hu Jiao Er's story, Yang Kai understood why the 2 sisters had come to Tongxian realm and why they had traveled so far to find 9 Heaven's Holy Land. 3 or 4 months ago, in the place where the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared, a dark cave suddenly appeared. The Hu sisters received a report from a disciple and went together to investigate. Because in today's blood battle gang, or even the entire world, the Hu sisters' strength was considered top-notch. It was precisely because they had some confidence in their own strength that the Hu sisters were not afraid of danger. They entered the pitch-black cave, intending to carefully investigate what was inside. After all, the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared there and they mistakenly thought that the cave was similar to the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but they didn't know that it was the entrance to the void corridor that led to Tongxian realm. In a moment of carelessness, they had arrived in Tongxian realm. The 2 sisters investigated the surroundings for 2 days and found that the world here was completely different from what they had imagined. There were actually many traces of cultivator activity, and among those cultivator, there were many masters that even they couldn't see through. They immediately understood that they had come to an extraordinary place. Just as they were about to return to Blood Battle Gang, they were shocked to find that the entrance they had come through had been surrounded by cultivator activity from another force. That force had countless masters, and the two sisters were alone, so they couldn't get close. Once they got close, they would be intimidated and forced to retreat. As a last resort, the two sisters could only stay nearby and see if they could find a chance to return. But they were unable to do so. At this time, they remembered Yang Kai, who had left the central capital 10 years ago, and with the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living one, they inquired about Yang Kai, wanting to know if he was also in this world, and if so, if there was any way to return to the central capital. They didn't have much hope, but when they asked, they found out the truth. In today's world, the prestige of Nine Heavens Holy Land was unparalleled, and the name of the Holy Master, Yang Kai, was widely known. After some inquiries, they discovered that the age and appearance of the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land was very similar to the one they knew, so they hurried over to Nine Heavens Holy Land. The reason why the two sisters were so excited and enthusiastic when they saw Yang Kai was entirely because this Yang Kai really was the one they knew. The burden that had been hanging in their hearts for several months suddenly fell to the ground, causing them to lose their composure. I didn't expect you to really be the Holy Master of this place, but now it's easy. Since you're in charge of the Holy Land, you must have the ability to communicate with that force and prevent them from harming Blood Battle Gang and the central capital, right? Hu Jiao looked eagerly at Yang Kai, pinning all her hopes on him. Do you remember where you came from? What is the name of the force that drove you away? I don't remember where we came from. Hu Jiao slowly shook her head. This place is too big, but I heard from a nearby cultivator that the force we encountered was called Free and Unfettered. Free and Unfettered. Yang Kai frowned, vaguely feeling that he had heard this name before. That place isn't close. And Ling, who had been sitting nearby and listening, interjected, these two girls should have taken a detour, otherwise they should have been able to reach my holy land within 2 months. Do you know this force? Yang Kai turned his eyes to her. And Ling pursed her lips and smiled. The saint's knowledge is very diverse, naturally including the strength of the world's forces and their geographical distribution. This free and unfettered force isn't weak, it has several saint realm masters, the most powerful of which should be a second-order saint. That means it's on par with my holy land. You could say that. And Ling smiled and nodded. However, in terms of reputation and prestige, it naturally can't be compared to the current Holy Land, but it still can't be underestimated. Listening to her, the Hu sisters' expressions became dignified. In their opinion, this Nine Heavens Holy Land was already quite tyrannical, but it could only fight to a draw with the free and unfettered force. They didn't know if they could rely on the strength of this place to resolve the crisis in the central capital. That depends on whether they are sensible or not. If they are, I will naturally treat them well, but if they are not, then what will you do? Just wait and see. Yang Kai grinned, a cold light flashing across his eyes, as sharp as a sword. The beautiful eyes of the Hu sisters shone with extraordinary splendor. This man is still as strong as he was in the past. Anyone who dared to underestimate or oppose him would pay a heavy price. The two sisters' hearts instantly relaxed, secretly thinking that as long as Yang Kai took action, they would no longer have to worry about the situation in their sect. A divine sense spread out from Yang Kai's knowledge sea, and a moment later, the sound of fluttering robes rang out outside the hall. The Holy Land's 6 chalk elders and the 4 great commanders of the ancient demon clan all appeared. Holy Master! Master! Everyone saluted as they stared solemnly towards Yang Kai. They didn't know why he had summoned all the elders of the Holy Land, but they could faintly smell an unusual aura. Feeling the tyrannical strength of these 10 people, the Hu sisters didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In the central capital, their strength was top-notch, and when the sisters joined forces, they could be said to be invincible, but at this moment, they were shocked to discover that none of the people standing here was someone they could resist. While they were shocked, they also felt inspired by the power Yang Kai had grasped. Chapter 925. Master, is there a reason you have summoned us all here today? Inside the hall, Li Rong asked while sizing up the Hu sisters, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. With her strength, she could naturally see that although the strength of these 2 sisters was not high, the secret art they cultivated was quite strange. Even if they were twins, there shouldn't be no difference between their vital signs and auras. The other Saint Realm experts also noticed this interesting phenomenon, and all of them took a few more glances at the Hu sisters. I'm going out. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and said casually, Li Rong and Han Fei will come with me. The 2 great commanders of the ancient demon clan nodded. In addition, I need an elder who is familiar with the way to lead the way. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he turned his eyes to the 6 elders. Which one of you knows the way to the free and unfettered? Subordinate knows. Shi Kun stepped forward. Then Elder Shi Kun will also come with me, everyone else will remain in the Holy Land. Holy Master, is there some kind of dispute between you and the free and unfettered? Su Hui frowned and asked. Yang Kai's expression and tone were somewhat different from usual, causing Su Hui to feel that something was wrong. There is no dispute, but there may be, so I need to take a few masters with me. Then subordinate will also, Great Elder, you don't need to go. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish before interrupting, there needs to be someone in the Holy Land, so you should stay here and deal with the situation here. Su Hui thought about it for a moment and felt that Yang Kai was right, so he didn't insist. Little senior sister, you should also stay. Yang Kai turned to Xia Ning Chang, Treasurer Meng may return soon. I won't go, I'll stay here and perform alchemy while waiting for Master. Xia Ning Chang nodded obediently. We want to go. The Hu sisters said in unison. Yang Kai looked at them and noticed the determination in their eyes, nodding lightly. Only then did Hu Mei Er and Hu Jiao Er smile. There's no time to lose, let's go now. Yang Kai waved his hand and walked out without delay. Outside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai gave a few simple instructions to the elders and great elders before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle. After the group of 6 people boarded it, the shuttle turned into a blue light that instantly disappeared. The shuttle of Flying Apsara was about 30 feet long, so it wouldn't be a problem for it to carry 7 or 8 people. Moreover, because the shuttle of Flying Apsara was equipped with a defensive barrier, no matter how fast it flew, it wouldn't feel the wind blowing against it. However, Yang Kai's heavens, Yang's, Yang Kai's, Yang, Yang's was, is, Yang Yang, 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 and the holy heavens elders and Yang. The elders, and the elders and elders, and elders and elders and elders was a sect. Along the way, Yang Kai briefly explained the Hu sisters' origins and the purpose of this trip to the free and unfettered. Li Rong and Han Fei finally understood why Yang Kai was being so cautious. Yang Kai grew up in the central capital, so Yang Kai naturally had special feelings for it. Now that all the mysterious small worlds in the world had opened, the free and unfettered elders who entered the central capital's world might not take advantage of it. If they relied on their strength and didn't put the central capital's cultivator in their eyes, they might oppress and enslave the cultivator there. Yang Kai's friends and family were there, so how could he allow such a thing to happen? During the flight, Shi Kun glanced back from time to time with a strange look on his face. Elder Shi Kun, do you have something to say? Yang Kai couldn't help asking when he saw Shi Kun's hesitant look.
Shirkun smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just feel that the auras of these two girls are very similar." "Oh, that's because they cultivate a special secret art. So that's how it is." Shirkun scratched his head, but if Holy Master hadn't said so, I'm afraid I would have thought the two of them were from Twin Spirit Pavilion. Twin Spirit Pavilion? Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering the name of this great force. The last time he was in Dragon Phoenix Palace, when Sun Yu had come out of Dragon Valley, his master Ling Jian had told him to seek refuge in Twin Spirit Pavilion for a while, saying that Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always had a good relationship. "Senior, why do you think we are from Twin Spirit Pavilion?" Hu Jiao Air asked. "Because in Twin Spirit Pavilion, there are many twins like you," Shirkun explained with a smile. Shirkun smiled and explained, "This faction is very special. The disciples they take in are all twins, without exception. Although there aren't many of them, because of the special cultivation method they cultivate, if sisters or brothers join forces, they can often fight above their level. When they cultivate to the extreme, their life aura and energy fluctuations will gradually transform into the same, but not as thoroughly as you two. The two of you are basically indistinguishable from each other. When I was young, I went out for life experience and once met a pair of brothers from Twin Spirit Pavilion, so I had some understanding of that place, so I thought you were from there." "We've never heard of it," Hu Jiao Air shook her head and shook her head. The two of them had been here for a few months and had been constantly on the move, so they had no idea what was going on here. Yang Kai's eyes, on the other hand, lit up and after a moment of hesitation asked, "Elder Shirkun, was Twin Spirit Pavilion very powerful in the past?" "It wasn't very powerful. Although there were Saint Realm Masters in Twin Spirit Pavilion, their strength wasn't very high." "Oh right, that pair of brothers said that a long, long time ago, Twin Spirit Pavilion was indeed a great sect, but unfortunately, for some unknown reason, its inheritance was severed and it slowly declined." What they said was true, but who knows if they were telling the truth. Their inheritance was severed. Hu Jiao Air exclaimed, her beautiful eyes flashing, apparently thinking of something. Yang Kai also had a rough idea. He was basically certain that the twin chi shared spirit divine art the Hu sisters cultivated should have originated from Twin Spirit Pavilion. The situation of the two of them was similar to his and Su Yan's, both having obtained inheritances from long ago. If this was the case, then there was a reason why Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always been on good terms. The two sects were both top forces a long time ago and had a good relationship, but now that their inheritances were severed and they had both declined, it was only natural for them to share the same fate.
"If there's a chance, I'll have to visit this Twin Spirit Pavilion," Hu Jiao Air whispered, obviously curious about this Twin Spirit Pavilion. "After we're done with the central capital, I'll take you there," Yang Kai said. "N." Hu Jiao Air nodded, suddenly moving her head closer and whispering into Yang Kai's ear, "By the way, Yang Kai, these people you brought with you, what are their cultivations? Why can't I sense their depths?" "Saint Realm. Saint Realm." The Hu sisters stared at him in amazement. "Above the transcendent realm is the Saint Realm." Li Rong interjected with a smile, "You two are now first order transcendents, and it seems you're about to reach the second order. Above that is the third order, and above that is the Saint Realm. It seems that the World Master came from didn't have any Saint Realm Masters. Don't mention it, 10 years ago they didn't even know what the Transcendent Realm was, they only called it the above immortal ascension boundary." Yang Kai also blushed with shame. "What about those above the Saint Realm?" Hu Mei Air's beautiful eyes widened as she asked curiously. "Above the Saint Realm?" Li Rong and Yang Kai glanced at each other and slowly shook their heads, Li Rong smiling and saying, "I don't know, no one has ever reached the Saint Realm." The Hu sisters fell silent. It was as if the existence of the Saint Realm had given them a huge shock, causing them to slowly digest the information they had just heard and try to integrate themselves into this world. In the central capital, when the two of them joined forces, they were almost invincible, but as soon as they arrived here, they were shocked to discover that there were many masters they were no match for. This change in their perception of the strong and the weak had a huge impact on their perception. They had no choice but to re-examine themselves and Tongxian realm. As they flew, most of the time everyone remained silent. Yang Kai asked Shikuan about the free and unfettered carefully. 2 days later, the Flying Heavens shuttle came to a stop mid-air and Yang Kai spread out his divine sense to carefully investigate the situation around them. Hu Jiao Air suddenly called out, "I remember the town below us. Mei Air and I only walked for 2 days before arriving here. Which way should we go now?" Yang Kai asked. Hu Jiao Air looked around carefully and pointed in a certain direction, "This way." The blue light flashed again. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai saw the entrance to a void corridor in the distance, about a dozen meters above the ground. Near the entrance to the void corridor, many cultivators were standing guarding the entrance while remaining vigilant. Once someone tried to approach, they would immediately chase them away. "It's here," Hu Mei Air bit her red lips and whispered, "Elder sister and I came from here." Yang Kai gently nodded and controlled the Flying Heavens shuttle to descend. The group of 6 strode towards the entrance. "Master, there are 5 Saint Realm Masters guarding this place, but they are only first-order cultivators. There is nothing to be afraid of." Li Rong spread out her divine sense and instantly understood the number and realm of masters here. "It seems that it's not just the free and unfettered sect here." Shikuan said thoughtfully, "They should have found some helpers. It seems that there are at least 3 forces involved." Yang Kai nodded, "The central capital is a big piece of meat, one family can't eat it all." "What should we do?" Li Rong asked in a low voice. "Try peaceful means before resorting to force," Yang Kai quickly said. The arrival of the 6 people had obviously attracted the attention of the cultivators, all of them staring at Yang Kai and the others. Among the cultivators scattered around, 5 of them had their eyes flashing and were secretly condensing their strength, ready to attack at any time. One of them pondered for a moment before slowly walking out and blocking Yang Kai and the others, raising his hand and shouting, "Halt! This is the small sealed world discovered by the free and unfettered sect. Your Excellency, please explore elsewhere." Because all the entrances to the small sealed world had opened during this time, almost every force and cultivator was exploring and trying their luck. Often, the first sect to discover a small sealed world would send disciples to guard the entrance, preventing outsiders from approaching. The powerful forces naturally wanted to monopolize the benefits of the small sealed world, and the free and unfettered sect had this ability. Chapter 926. The entrance the Hu sisters had come from was not far from the free and unfettered small world, so naturally they had arrived first. Even if the nearby small forces and families were envious of them, none of them dared to provoke the free and unfettered small world. Under the Saint Realm cultivators' shout, Yang Kai and the others also stopped. Before they knew what the situation in the central capital was like, Yang Kai did not intend to act against them. The Saint Realm cultivator nodded lightly, expressing satisfaction, crossing his hands behind his back and continuing, "Please return, this is my free and unfettered small world. If you want to enter this mysterious small world to seek opportunities, please go elsewhere. Please forgive us for any impoliteness." His words were quite polite, obviously because he was aware of the strength of Li Rong and the others. Otherwise, he would have directly driven them away. Shikuan stepped forward and cupped his fists. "How should I address this friend?" The man glanced over at Shikuan and frowned somewhat reluctantly. "Free and unfettered, Yu Chun." Shikuan acted as if they were old friends and laughed. "So it is Brother Yu, it's an honor to meet you." Yu Chun gently nodded and asked, Who are you? Why have you come to my free and unfettered small world? This one is Nine Heavens' Holy Land Shirkuan. Nine Heavens' Holy Land. A burst of exclamations rang out as all the nearby cultivator, regardless of their cultivation, turned their gazes towards them. Yu Chun even swept his eyes over Shirkuan, trying to see if he was lying. Nine Heavens' Holy Land's reputation had spread far and wide over the past few years, so it was difficult not to notice. The old Holy Master had passed away, and a new Holy Master had succeeded him. Unfortunately, this new Holy Master was a brat who had colluded with evil demons, and before the storm had died down, a new top alchemy grandmaster had appeared. All sorts of rumors had spread, and the Holy Land's name was unparalleled. Yu Chun suddenly turned his eyes to Yang Kai and asked suspiciously, could this be the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land? When he saw Shirkuan standing behind Yang Kai and showing a respectful attitude towards him, Yang Kai naturally had some guesses. It is our Holy Master, Shirkuan nodded. So it's Yang Xingzhu, no wonder you look familiar. Yu Chun suddenly smiled, a strange smile. Where have we met before? Yang Kai frowned at him. Holy Master Yang, it is only natural that you do not remember this but Holy Master Yang should remember my spirit religion's religion master, Wu Zheng, right? Wu Zheng. Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more as he thought for a long time before suddenly remembering, the Wu Zheng we met outside the Nine Peaks. More than a year ago, Yang Kai had brought the ancient demon clan from the endless snow mountain range to Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Because a large number of demons were detected, a large group of human race masters had followed Yang Kai's group. Finally, outside the Nine Peaks, Yang Kai and Li Rong had gone to negotiate with these masters. At that time, 3 people had talked to Yang Kai. One was Chu Yi of Shrouded Heaven Mansion, one was Fang Yu Bai of Smoke Lock Tower, and the last was Wu Zheng of the Free and Unfettered. All 3 of them were second-order saints. Yang Kai still remembered that Chu Yi and Fang Yu Bai had quickly left after hearing him promise that the ancient demon clan would not do any harm, leaving only Wu Zheng with a look of hatred and unwillingness. Yang Kai naturally had some impression of him. Yes. Yu Chun nodded. It seems that although Yang Xingzhu is young, he still has some memory. I thought Yang Xingzhu was as arrogant as ever, but it turns out that he still remembers my spirit religion's religion master. Hearing this, Shirkuan's face turned cold and his expression became unfriendly. He didn't know what was wrong with this Yu Chun, but after learning Yang Kai's identity, he seemed to be targeting the Holy Master, which made him very unhappy. Of course I remember. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Speaking of which, the Holy Land was also blessed by your religion master. Before my Holy Land's alchemy grandmaster became famous, it was lively for a while. What do you mean by that? Yu Chun's face changed slightly as he shook his head. I don't understand. You know what I mean, Yang Kai smiled coldly. In the past, the Holy Land had many strange cultivators loitering around the Nine Peaks in an attempt to find secret treasures, so it was obvious that someone was behind all of this. Yang Kai suspected that Wu Zheng was behind this, and seeing Yu Chun's expression at this moment, he immediately confirmed his guess. However, this was a small matter, so Yang Kai didn't intend to pursue it. Yu Chun seemed to feel that there was no need to discuss this issue any further, so he glanced sideways at Yang Kai and asked, then dare I ask Yang Xingzhu, why did you bring your Holy Land's elder to my free and unfettered? Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, this woman should be a demon, right? A demon? The cultivator guarding the entrance to the void corridor suddenly paled, all of them turning their eyes to Li Rong. Yu Chun laughed loudly. Yang Xingzhu's courage is quite big. Colluding with evil demons is one thing, but he actually dares to bring a demon with him. Does he really think there is no one in my human race that can stand up to him? Following his shout, the other 4 Saint Realm Masters also wore unfriendly expressions. Humans and demons were irreconcilable enemies. Regardless of whether they had any grudges with Li Rong or not, upon seeing a demon in human territory, their first thought was to kill her. Yang Kai's expression became impatient as he shouted, "I didn't come here to embarrass you, I just want to enter this entrance." "You think we can enter just because you say so?" Yu Chun waved his hand. "A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, not to mention my free and unfettered sect isn't afraid of your 9 heavens holy land. Isn't Yang Xingzhu too arrogant? Whether you're afraid or not has nothing to do with me, I'm going in now. If you dare stop me, I'll take action." Yang Kai coldly snorted before taking a step forward and walking straight towards the void corridor. Yu Chun's expression became cold as he signaled to the other 4 Saint Realm Masters. The 5 of them all stepped forward and stood in front of Yang Kai, pushing their strength as one of them shouted, "Yang Xingzhu, if you dare take another step forward, don't blame us for..." Halfway through his sentence, Yu Chun's expression suddenly became extremely ugly, as if there was an invisible hand pinching his throat, causing him to be unable to make a sound. His entire body trembled, and sweat dripped down his forehead.
His pair of eyes filled with panic as he stared towards the woman from the demon race. Before she took action, Yu Chun only knew that this demon woman's strength was quite good, but after she released her aura, Yu Chun discovered that this woman wasn't someone he could resist. Even if he joined forces with the other 4, he wouldn't be able to win against her. This was a peak 3rd Order Saint Realm Master. Realizing this, Yu Chun's expression changed incessantly, and it was particularly interesting. Yang Kai had already led everyone past them and glanced over at him. "What are you going to do about it?" Yu Chun couldn't move his body, couldn't speak, so how could he answer? Hu Jiao'er sneered and made a face at him, pretending to be a fox taking advantage of the tiger's might. She and Hu Mei'er had wanted to return from this place a few months ago but were mercilessly expelled by the free and unfettered sect's disciples, causing her to be extremely angry. Now that she saw Yang Kai's might, her heart was suddenly filled with excitement. When a man was strong, there was always a particularly attractive taste to him, which made her eyes shine brightly. Not long after, the group arrived in front of the void corridor. The surrounding cultivators were all trembling with fear, but none of them dared to stop them. At that moment, Yang Kai frowned and stared at the void corridor that was several dozen meters above the ground. At the entrance, a burst of light flickered and became extremely unstable. After a short while, a group of people walked out of the void corridor. The first to come out was a few free and unfettered sect's disciples. After they appeared, they immediately gathered near the entrance of the void corridor, each of them beaming with joy, as if they were in a good mood. A moment later, another group of people appeared from there one after another. However, this group of people looked embarrassed, their expressions dispirited, and their auras dull and oppressive. Obviously, they had been imprisoned. After coming out of the void corridor, these people looked around blankly and helplessly, their eyes dim, as if they couldn't see the light. "Hurry up, what are you waiting for?" The first few free and unfettered sect's disciples scolded them and threw them to the ground without any trace of politeness. Pang, pang, pang. One after another, the cultivator was thrown to the ground, followed by a series of painful howls. The Hu sisters covered their small mouths and shouted, "It's the Storm House's disciples." Yang Kai's eyes shrank, and his face suddenly became cold. "This little girl is not bad, ha ha ha." Another woman walked out of the void corridor. Her figure was petite and charming, but she was full. She attracted the attention of a free and unfettered sect's disciple, who chuckled at her with a lewd look on his face. Following behind the woman, a man walked out. When he heard this, he quickly stood in front of the woman and glared at the free and unfettered sect's disciple who was laughing lewdly. "Dui Shuang, Fang Ziki." Yang Kai curled the corner of his mouth. The woman who walked out first was the Storm House's little sister Du. When they were adventuring in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai had cooperated with her. At this moment, The one who stood in front of her to protect her was naturally the Storm House's first disciple, Fang Ziki. After not seeing each other for many years, Fang Ziki had also reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, but in front of a free and unfettered sex disciple, it was still somewhat insufficient, not to mention that his strength was currently sealed. Fang Ziki's attitude annoyed the free and unfettered sex disciple. He stretched out his hand and sent out a palm strike, which blasted Fang Ziki's body and sent him tumbling through the air several times before landing heavily on the ground.
Barbarian, you overestimate yourself. The free and unfettered sex disciple acted as if he had done something insignificant. Looking around, he quickly flew down and cupped his fists to Yu Chun. Elder Yu, the sect master asked us to escort this group of people back first. He said that although the cultivation of this group of people isn't very good, they can still be used as coolies. They are quite useful for mining and transporting things. Moreover, there are many beautiful women among them that can be rewarded to the disciples who have contributed. Elder Yu. The free and unfettered sex disciple reported, but found that Elder Yu didn't move at all. He couldn't help but feel strange. Looking up, he was surprised to find that Elder Yu was sweating profusely and had an incomparably difficult expression on his face. For a moment, he was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Chapter 9:27. At the entrance to the void corridor, one by one, Storm Hall's disciples were escorted out, their eyes dim, each of them wearing a look of extreme shame and humiliation. The free and unfettered cultivator stood in front of Yu Chun and made a report, but when he found that Elder Yu didn't respond at all, he couldn't help feeling puzzled. Did your religion master say that? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at the disciple. Who are you? The disciple glanced over at Yang Kai and found him unfamiliar, frowning as he asked. Yang Kai grinned, it doesn't matter who I am. Let me ask you, did your religion master instruct you to arrange for this group of people? And, what's the problem? This group of barbarians was quite dishonest and actually tried to resist, but after killing a few of them, they had no choice but to cooperate, the disciple replied matter-of-factly. The disciple replied matter-of-factly. When he saw Yang Kai standing here, he thought he was a guest of the spirit religion, so naturally he would speak as if it was one. Good, Yang Kai nodded lightly, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Master. Seemingly feeling his murderous intent, Li Rong's face also became cold as she called out inquisitively. Kill them all. Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded lightly, not saying a word as a monstrous demonic qi gushed out from their bodies, causing the world around them to suddenly become pitch black, without a trace of light. In that instant, everyone felt a strong sense of death flowing through their hearts. At the same time, there was also a kind of coldness that penetrated their hearts. No sounds of fighting could be heard, nor were there any screams or cries of alarm. In a short 10 breaths of time, when the darkness that had shrouded the world dissipated and light returned, all the cultivators who were related to free and unfettered Spirit Temple were frozen in place, all of their vitality drained away, each of them staring with wide, bloodshot eyes, as if they had seen something horrifying before they died. The 5 First Order Saint Realm cultivators were relatively stronger, and even though they were imprisoned by Li Rong's aura, they did not immediately die. Yu Chun stared at Yang Kai, gritted his teeth, and said, "How dare you?" It was only at this moment that he realized how vicious Yang Kai was. Once there was a disagreement, he would immediately kill without leaving any leeway. Kacha, a series of crisp cracking sounds rang out as the 5 Saint Realm Masters were covered in ice crystals and turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Han Fei snapped her fingers and the 5 lifelike ice sculptures exploded, transforming into 5 fluorescent lights that scattered across the surrounding area. The disciples of Stormhouse who came out of the void corridor were scared silly, and all of them looked at this inconceivable scene with pale faces. They were fully aware of the strength of the cultivator who had captured them. However, these seemingly invincible enemies were actually powerless in front of the other cultivators. They were crushed to death like ants. Then what kind of heaven-defying and earth-shattering cultivation did these people have? While they were frightened, they were also excited as they all turned to look at Yang Kai's group. Soon, many of the Stormhouse disciples' eyes flashed with surprise. It's the two Hu family sisters. Are they the helpers they found? Hey, the man leading them looks familiar. Yes, I also think he looks familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. A burst of whispers began to spread among the Stormhouse disciples. Some of them began to vigorously call out to the Hu sisters, thanking them profusely. Many of them also began to look at Kai Yang suspiciously. Some of them had already recognized his identity, causing a storm to rise in their hearts. Somewhere on the ground, Dui Shuang supported Fang Ziki and slowly stood up. Yang Kai strode towards them with a smile on his face. After seeing his appearance, Dui Shuang couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim. Fang Ziki stared at Yang Kai as if he had seen a ghost, and his mouth was wide open. Brother Fang, long time no see. Yang Kai stood in front of him and waved his hand to undo the seal on his body, and gently nodded. Fang Ziki didn't say anything, but still stared at Yang Kai. Suddenly, he whispered, Shuang, pinch me. Why would I want to pinch you? Dui Shuang asked in surprise. I want to know if this is a dream. Dui Shuang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother, this is not a dream. In other words, the person standing in front of me is really Yang Kai. If it's not me, then who? Yang Kai also laughed, and the previous haze in his heart was swept away. Brother Yang, you finally appeared. Fang Ziki couldn't help but show an expression of relief, and firmly grasped Yang Kai's hand, and eagerly said, Let's go back to High Heaven Pavilion. Our three sects have been bullied. Yang Kai nodded, and narrowed his eyes. I came because of this matter, so let's talk later. It's not safe here, so you have to come back with me. Fang Ziki nodded heavily, and gritted his teeth. We really have to go back. Li Rong waved her hand, and a gentle force burst out from her, and all the Storm Hall disciples who had been imprisoned by her suddenly regained their freedom. Han Fei, you and Elder Shi Kun bring up the rear, Li Rong and I will go first. Yang Kai said, and led Li Rong into the void corridor. Just as they flew to the entrance, another free and unfettered disciple appeared, and before he could understand the situation, he saw a big hand coming towards him, and before he had time to react, he exploded into a bloody mist. Bathed in this blood, Yang Kai's blood boiled, and the fire in his heart burned fiercely. He then flashed into the void corridor and disappeared. After a moment of weightlessness, Yang Kai and Li Rong's eyes blurred as they appeared above a mining area. It was the Blood Battle Gang's mine. There were many people gathered below, divided into three groups. Standing mid-air, Yang Kai swept his eyes around and immediately determined that these three groups were based on the three nearby sects. Everyone's strength had been sealed, and the people closest to the void corridor were the Storm Hall's people, who were being cursed and whipped by the free and unfettered Spirit Temple's disciples, unable to control themselves as they passed through the void corridor. The people from Blood Battle Gang and High Heaven Pavilion were still waiting. Yang Kai glanced at the people from High Heaven Pavilion and saw familiar faces. The attitude of the free and unfettered disciples towards these three sects was quite bad. At this moment, the several elders of High Heaven Pavilion seemed to be arguing with several free and unfettered disciples, loudly shouting. The disciples were holding thorny whips in their hands, constantly lashing out at the several old elders, causing their skin to split open. In the middle of these elders was a young man. The treatment of this young man seemed to be somewhat different from the others. Not only was his strength imprisoned, but his body was also tied up. His body was riddled with scars, and he sat paralyzed on the ground, staring at the free and unfettered disciples with hatred in his eyes. His eyes were red, but he was powerless to resist. Sassafras. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although he didn't know why this young man was being treated like this, he didn't say anything. Pushing his strength, a brilliant spear appeared in his hand and he fiercely threw it downwards. *Shio, *A whistling sound rang out as the heaven-punishing spear directly pierced through the body of one of the free and unfettered disciples who was whipping the high heaven pavilion elder. The violent force from the spear blew his body apart, sending it flying in all directions. His companions who were standing next to him couldn't dodge in time and were all riddled with holes, blood gushing out of their bodies as they fell to the ground dead. The clamor suddenly died down as countless pairs of eyes looked up at the same time. Deep in the night, the moon shone like a silver plate. In front of this bright moon, a figure stood, the wind howling around him causing his clothes to flutter in the wind, his body exuding a terrifying chill. "Who goes there?" A loud shout rang out as several Transcendent Realm cultivator flew up into the air, shouting as they charged towards Yang Kai. *Pu. A few muffled sounds rang out as the several transcendents who had flown over were severely injured and fell to the ground, all of them dying inexplicably. Inside the void corridor, Fang Ziki took the lead and appeared behind Yang Kai, the power in his body exploding as he roared towards the heavens. "Yang Kai is back. Brothers and sisters, kill these bastards for me." As he shouted, he had already sent out a series of martial skills towards the nearby enemies. One figure after another appeared from the void corridor and followed behind Fang Ziji. Like frenzied beasts, they launched suicidal attacks at Fang Ziji. Yang Kai is back. The cultivator from the three sects was stunned for a moment, only waking up when the two sides began fighting, all of them turning their burning gazes towards the sky, wanting to confirm with their own eyes whether or not this person was Yang Kai who had disappeared 10 years ago. A moment later, shouts shook the heavens as all the people who had been escorted here began to move, roaring like they had been injected with chicken blood. Even if they couldn't use the power in their bodies, they still acted like ordinary people and attacked the nearby free and unfettered disciples. "Li Rong, help!" Yang Kai shouted, his figure flickering as he condensed his yuan qi into a tangible form and blasted towards the enemy. The free and unfettered disciples were all dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why after hearing Yang Kai had returned, these people would attack without any regard for their lives. What did this Yang Kai mean to them? There weren't many masters among the free and unfettered cultivator here, and after the few Transcendent Realm cultivators were killed, the rest were insignificant characters. In just 30 breaths of time, before Elder Shi Kun and Han Fei arrived, all the free and unfettered cultivators had been killed. Corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river, but everyone who was still alive wore a look of excitement as they glanced around, searching for something in the crowd. After a while, everyone's eyes turned towards a certain direction. There, Yang Kai was walking towards the High Heaven Pavilion elders. Great Elder Wei Shitong, Second Elder Su Xian Wu, Third Elder He Bei Shui, Fifth Elder Yu Zizai, and with the exception of Fourth Elder Zhou Fei, who was killed by the Demon Lord, all the other High Heaven Pavilion elders were here. They still couldn't believe their eyes, but after Yang Kai arrived in front of them and saluted them, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Shitong burst into tears and said, "It's good that you're back, the sect can be saved." Yang Kai stared at him deeply and said, "Disciple came back late, causing several elders and the sect to suffer." Chapter 928. Not at all, not at all, you came back just in time. Su Xian Wu wiped the corners of his eyes and said with relief. At their most critical moment, Yang Kai had appeared out of nowhere and helped them resolve the crisis. Just like more than 10 years ago, the events of the past were still vivid in their minds. Although things had changed over time, what remained unchanged was the absolute confidence everyone had in Yang Kai. It seemed that as long as he was here, there was nothing to worry about. Brother-in-law Su Mu, who was still tied up, stood up shakily and grinned at Yang Kai. He was a little ashamed, but more than that he was excited. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, Sassafras had already grown to the first-order transcendent realm. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he patted him on the shoulder and laughed, "Long time no see, your strength has grown quite well." As he spoke, Yang Kai had already broken the ropes binding him and unlocked the seal on his body. Sassafras's growth was much faster than Fang Ziqi's. This was most likely related to the benefits he obtained from Heaven's Cave inheritance. Sassafras had also obtained some benefits from Heaven's Cave inheritance, but no one knew what he had obtained. Moreover, the myriad drug liquid that Yang Kai had given to Su Yan had also been shared with Sassafras by his elder sister. With the myriad drug liquid improving his physique, it was not an exaggeration for him to grow to his current level in 10 years. Where's elder sister? Did she come back? Sassafras looked around but did not find Su Yan among the people who had come, so he could not help feeling a little disappointed. No, don't worry, Su Yan is now in a very safe place, Yang Kai comforted him. Sassafras nodded. While Yang Kai was talking with these old acquaintances, Li Rong and the others had already unlocked all the seals on the cultivators from the three forces and restored their strength. Many of the cultivators wore looks of surprise and excitement as they gathered around. Li Yuntian and Zhao Hu, who were familiar with Yang Kai, couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Their strength hadn't grown much, and they hadn't reached the Heaven's Gate realm yet. All of them were only at the Yuan Qi realm. After all, they didn't have the opportunities and aptitude of Sassafras and Yang Kai. Even if they spent their whole lives, their achievements would still be limited. Where's Grand Master? Yang Kai frowned. He didn't see Ling Tai Su's figure, so he asked worriedly. Grand Sect Master went to the central capital a few months ago to ask for help, but the situation there may also be. Su Xianwu explained sadly. Grand Sect Master. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Who is the Sect Master now? Sassafras chuckled and pointed at himself. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise and gently nodded. With Sassafras's current strength, he was qualified to assume the position of High Heaven Pavilion Sect Master. After all, none of the elders had reached the transcendent realm yet. Sassafras said bitterly, "Brother-in-law, you don't know, but after you left, Grand Sect Master began to wander the world and didn't care much about the sect's affairs. A few years ago, he suddenly returned and passed the position of Sect Master to me. I had no choice but to accept. No wonder you're the only one tied up and treated differently, it's because your status is different." Kai Yang laughed heartily. "Brother-in-law, don't make fun of me." Sassafras scratched his head awkwardly. "How could I compare to you?" "Right, brother-in-law, what's your current cultivation? Why do I feel like I can't see through you?" Third Order Transcendent Realm. Ah! Everyone cried out in alarm, inexplicably horrified. Ling Tai Su was still only a second-order transcendent, a dragon that rarely showed itself. The Hu sisters, who had been called the world's #1 master in recent years, were only first-order transcendent realm, but Yang Kai had already reached the third order. When he left the central capital that year, he was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator. Now, only a little more than 10 years had passed. This kind of progress was simply shocking. What about my sister? She shouldn't be too bad, right? Sassafras asked excitedly. She should also be a third-order transcendent. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but I haven't seen her for several years, so I'm not too sure about her current situation. After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "What's the situation with the sect now? Has it been occupied by someone else?" "Yes." Sassafras smiled bitterly. "Not only has our High Heaven Pavilion been occupied, the nearby Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall have also been occupied. There aren't many of them, only a few hundred at most, but there are many powerful masters among them, so we can't resist at all." Everyone talked at once about the current situation. Just as Yang Kai had guessed, the entrance to this world had appeared near the Free and Unfettered, so naturally the Free and Unfettered had come to investigate. When they discovered the vastness of this place and the potential wealth it contained, they immediately sent out a large number of masters to suppress the three nearby forces. High Heaven Pavilion, Storm Hall, and Blood Battle Gang were all imprisoned. In order to ensure that they could swallow this big fat piece of meat, the Free and Unfettered had also called in 2 or 3 people from other forces to help them. Then, using this place as a springboard, they marched towards the central capital. This was already a month ago, and the current situation in the central capital was still unknown. The people here hadn't heard any useful news. However, judging from the strength of these enemies, the central capital had no ability to resist at all. Otherwise, Ling Tai Su would not have left without returning. It was very likely that Ling Tai Su had also encountered some kind of accident. The cultivator from the 3 nearby sects also resisted, but every time they resisted, many people were killed. They didn't treat us as human beings at all, killing and plundering as they pleased. Many people were killed without even knowing why, as if they were slaughtering pigs and dogs. Sassafras said angrily. Many of my Blood Battle Gang's female disciples have been harmed by those beasts. Human also rushed up and shouted angrily. Listening to him, the Hu sisters' eyes suddenly dimmed a lot. They also rejoiced. When the entrance to the void corridor opened, if the 2 of them hadn't gone one step ahead to investigate, perhaps they would have also suffered a disaster, not to mention finding Yang Kai as reinforcements. "Nephew Yang, what are you going to do?" "We'll listen to you." Storm Hall's Lord, Xiao Ruohan, walked up and looked at Yang Kai. "Are they really going to bully us like this?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, his eyes cold. "Fine, I didn't want to make such a big fuss, but since they're so despicable, there's no need to have any scruples." Li Rong. "Master." Li Rong also felt a little angry hearing this, her chest heaving up and down. "You and Han Fei go out and clean up all the invaders from the 3 nearby forces, don't miss a single one." "Yes." Li Rong nodded, and together with Han Fei, their tender bodies flickered and disappeared. The group of people were all stunned, and before they could even react, Li Rong and Han Fei had already left. "Nephew Yang, don't be rash." Xiao Ruohan was startled and quickly tried to stop him. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to act so rashly, not even bothering to inquire about the enemy's strength before directly attacking. There are a few powerful masters among those people. And there are more than a dozen transcendents among them, many of them 2nd or 3rd order transcendents. I even heard that one of them is a Saint Realm Master, apparently even stronger than a transcendent. Human also chimed in, "Isn't it a bit too rash for you to just let those 2 girls go?" Saint Realm. Yang Kai grinned and shook his head. "Don't worry, even if there is a Saint Realm Master, they aren't worth mentioning in front of those 2. "What realm are those 2 in?" Wei Shitong's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai. "They're also saints, but they should be much stronger than the enemy. Not to mention there is only one Saint Realm Master here, even if there were 100 of them, they still wouldn't be their opponents." Everyone was suddenly dumbfounded as they stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Not to mention his own cultivation, which had grown from the Immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage to the 3rd order transcendent realm in just over 10 years, creating a legendary miracle. He had actually brought 2 such women with him this time. From the way the two women addressed Yang Kai before and the way Yang Kai treated them, it was obvious that Yang Kai held absolute dominance over them, ordering them around like a master. Not only did they not have the slightest complaint, they even obeyed Yang Kai's every command. Weren't their strengths much higher than Yang Kai's? Why were they so obedient to his orders? This strange phenomenon left everyone baffled and unable to explain it. Good girl. Hu Man quietly walked over to the Hu sisters and whispered, "It looks like you two still have a long way to go." "What way?" Hu Mei looked at her father suspiciously. Hu Man said, "Those two girls are strong, beautiful, and obedient. You two can't compare to them." "Why should we compare to them?" Hu Mei became more and more confused. Hu Jiao rolled her eyes and suddenly understood something. Glaring fiercely at Hu Man, she said, "Who asked you to speak so much?" Hu Man smiled meaningfully. "Isn't this because I'm worried about the lifelong happiness of my two daughters? Don't miss out on such a good husband. And father supports you, I will always support you. Just find an opportunity to throw yourself at him. You must take the initiative, don't be too passive. A person like him won't lack women." Hu Mei finally reacted and said shyly, "What are you talking about?" Hu Jiao smiled sinisterly, "If you still want someone to take care of you in old age, then shut your mouth." "I won't say it, I won't say it." Hu Man immediately shut up and sighed faintly, thinking to himself, "This old man has more than 10 wives, working hard every day, but why do I only have 2 daughters? Why can't I give birth to a son like Yang Kai? Now, when I want someone to take care of me in old age, I have to look at my daughter's mood." Everyone. Yang Kai stood in place and talked to the people of High Heaven Pavilion for a while. Suddenly, he said in a clear voice, "It's almost time to return to the sect. If you feel unsafe, you can temporarily stay in High Heaven Pavilion." Sassafras, can High Heaven Pavilion accommodate people from 3 sects? Sassafras seriously thought about it and said, "It shouldn't be a problem to squeeze in a little, but the conditions may be a little worse." And, Tower Master Shao, Clan Leader Hu, whether you want to come to High Heaven Pavilion or not is up to you. I will return to the pavilion with several elders first. Yang Kai said to them and then walked towards High Heaven Pavilion. Hu Man and Xiao Ruohan looked at each other and followed without saying a word. The invasion of the free and unfettered had really left a psychological shadow in their hearts. They secretly felt that if they didn't follow Yang Kai, they wouldn't feel at ease. Chapter 929. High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Group Gang, and Storm House's invaders were all swept clean. All of them fell to the ground, dead. With Li Rong and Han Fei's methods, how could the free and unfettered people be a match for them? Before they could figure out the situation, they had all died. In the face of absolute strength, their resistance seemed futile and powerless. Before they died, they could understand how High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, and Storm Hall felt these past few months as they were bullied and humiliated. This kind of hopeless despair filled their hearts, making them wish they could die sooner rather than later. At this moment, Li Rong and Han Fei were standing in an open space inside High Heaven Pavilion, curiously looking around, wondering if this was the land where their master grew up. They couldn't see anything special about this place, but it was actually able to cultivate such a miraculous person like their master. It was really strange. Not all of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples had been escorted to the Void Corridor, a large number of them were still inside the sect. Li Rong and Han Fei were like divine soldiers, cutting off the free and unfettered people like a bolt of lightning. These disciples couldn't help looking at them in amazement, not understanding why they had saved them and even unlocked the seals on their brothers' bodies. A large group of people majestically galloped in from the main entrance. After seeing the appearance of the people leading the group, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had stayed behind immediately shouted excitedly, "It's the sect master and several elders. They're back. Hey, isn't that person beside the sect master junior brother Yang Kai? It really is junior brother Yang Kai." The shout spread out and the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had been hiding in the dark came out from all directions, crying bitterly as they rushed forward. Sassafras comforted them for a while before calming the excitement of his many brothers and sisters. This time, brother-in-law and brother Yang has returned. From now on, we don't need to be afraid of those bastards anymore. We'll kill our way to the central capital and drive them all away. Chase all of them away. The shouts of the disciples echoed Sassafras's call. Among the excited crowd, there was one person whose expression changed. He quietly slipped to the back and hid in the dark, as if he was preparing to secretly leave. Sassafras suddenly looked in that direction and shouted, "Brother Jia, where are you going?" Many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples stopped shouting and followed the direction Sassafras was looking, only to see Xia Hongqin standing there helplessly. All sorts of disdainful gazes were cast on Xia Hongqin, causing him to look extremely embarrassed, unable to show his face. The several High Heaven Pavilion elders also shook their heads and sighed, revealing a look of disappointment. "Brother Jie." Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he also turned to Xia Hongqin. This brother of his was the second strongest master of the sect's younger generation, second only to Su Yan. He had also had a number of disputes with Yang Kai. However, as Yang Kai became stronger and stronger, Xia Hongqin no longer cared about this person. But at this moment, seeing the disdainful looks of the sect's elders and brothers, Yang Kai faintly understood why he had angered so many of them. After not seeing him for many years, Xia Hongqin had also grown to the immortal ascension boundary 6th stage, neither low nor high. "Brother Jia." Sassafras sneered softly, walking towards him step by step, gritting his teeth. "Brother Jia's care these past few months, my pavilion's brothers and sisters are deeply grateful. Junior brother, if you have something to say, we can talk it out." Xia Hongqin stepped back step by step, feeling the murderous intent and hostility from Sassafras, his body and mind turning cold, as if death was beckoning to him. "Do you think someone like you is worthy of calling me junior brother?" Sassafras shouted. "Sect master." Xia Hongqin's legs went soft and he almost fell to his knees, pleading, "Brother, I had no choice but to submit to those bastards in order to show weakness to them. I wanted to see if there was a chance to save everyone, but brother had no choice but to endure humiliation." "Endure humiliation." Sassafras suddenly burst into laughter. "Brother, no matter how I look at it, you were like a dog obeying the orders of those bastards, reporting all the secrets of my sect to them. Not only that, you even killed a junior brother to show your loyalty. Sun Huan, junior brother, died at your hands, right? Don't try to deny it, many people here saw it with their own eyes." Xia Hongqin was speechless, feeling the determination and murderous intent of Sassafras. He panicked and quickly looked at the elders, kneeling on the ground and begging, "Elders, this disciple knows his mistake, please spare this disciple's life." The 4 elders looked at him coldly. Wei Shitong shouted, "Spare your life. I can't wait to cut you into pieces, Xia Hongqin, you have disappointed this old man. This old man raised you as the hope of the sect, but I didn't expect you to be such a heartless and unscrupulous person. This old man was really blind." The other 3 elders also looked like they wanted to kill Xia Hongqin. In a sense, this person in front of them was even more hateful than those invaders, he deserved to be killed. "Junior brother Yang, junior brother Yang." Xia Hongqin saw that the elders were not speaking up for him, so he looked at Yang Kai. "I know you have the most face, you saved my life. Xia Hongqin will repay this kindness." Yang Kai looked indifferent and said lightly, "Brother Xia, you talk too much." Xia Hongchen was stunned. Sassafras was ordered by the Grand Master to take charge of High Heaven Pavilion. When the sect was in danger, disciple Xia Hongchen, for his own selfish desires, killed his junior brother, and lived an ignoble existence. He recognized a thief as his father. His crime is punishable by death. Today, this sect master is here to clean up the sect. I hope that all brothers will take this as a warning and work hard every day to shake the prestige of High Heaven Pavilion. Sassafras shouted loudly, slowly raising his hand and looking down at Xia Hongchen, his eyes cold and piercing. The yuan qi in his palm surged, forming a terrifying tornado. The palm gradually enlarged in Xia Hongchen's eyes, and the violent wind engulfed him. None of the surrounding High Heaven Pavilion disciples showed the slightest sympathy, instead they showed a look of extreme satisfaction. As the wind blew, Xia Hongchen softly fell to the ground, his eyes turbid, his body turning into a pool of blood and then exploding. Master's junior brother really does look like a sect master, Li Rong chuckled to the side, looking at Sassafras with some surprise. Sassafras didn't look old, slightly younger than Yang Kai, but now he had the demeanor of a sect master. Yang Kai also gently nodded. "Sect master, please make arrangements for the disciples of our two sects." Hu Man and Xiao Ruohan walked up together and said to Sassafras. Sassafras nodded and first asked the junior brother to dispose of Xia Hongchen's body, then hurriedly discussed with the elders to make arrangements for the disciples of the other two sects. Everyone busied themselves, while Yang Kai walked alone through High Heaven Pavilion. High Heaven Pavilion had been destroyed once before. At that time, the Chiu family's first young lady, Chiu Yimeng, came with a number of masters. After a fierce battle with her Grand Master and several elders, she set fire to the sect. The current High Heaven Pavilion had been rebuilt. However, the structure was exactly the same as before. Yang Kai went to the small wooden house he had lived in before. This wooden house carried many of his memories. When he was weak and helpless, he lived here. He still remembered that when he was a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, he had to eat 3 meals a day. In this small wooden house, Yang Kai obtained the wordless black book, and since then, his life had undergone earth-shaking changes. The wooden house had been renovated, and the tables and chairs inside were the same as when Yang Kai left, but because no one had lived here for a long time, they were all covered with a thick layer of dust. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yang Kai remembered that night when he returned from outside. When he saw his senior sister, Xia Ningchang, sleeping soundly on the bed, the moonlight pouring down, Yang Kai was stunned. It was from that moment onwards that a beautiful figure was left in his heart. Every time he thought about it, his heart was filled with sweetness. It was a brand that could never be erased. After sitting in the wooden house for a while, Yang Kai went to Su Yan's small loft. It was in this loft that Yang Kai inadvertently saw the scene of Su Yan changing her clothes. That enchanting curve of her back was something he could never forget. At that time, Su Yan was furious and used her ice attribute to seal Yang Kai in ice. It took several days for Yang Kai to break free and use this opportunity to comprehend the mysterious martial skill unyielding will. Xia Ningchang and Su Yan, the two most important women in his life, had met here, gotten to know each other, and gotten to know each other. His heartbeat quickened, and he became flustered. High Heaven Pavilion held many of Yang Kai's memories and emotions. Walking along this road, just like when he was a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion many years ago, he stepped on the familiar path he had once walked, reminiscing about everything from the past. The contribution hall was still the same contribution hall. Kai Yang seemed to be able to see Treasurer Meng clasping his hands together, squinting his small eyes, lecherously looking at the beautiful bodies of the female disciples who passed by. Looking at those plump breasts and perky buttocks, he commented. The martial skill pavilion was still the same martial skill pavilion, containing many of High Heaven Pavilion's secrets. However, these things no longer had any value to the current Yang Kai. He once again arrived at the coiling dragon stream. Next to the coiling dragon stream, the wind howled and the bottom of the stream was immeasurably deep. Several fruit trees stood there, swaying in the wind. These were the fruit trees Yang Kai had planted in the past. At first, they were only as tall as a person, but now they were full of leaves and branches, enough to provide shade. Jumping up, Yang Kai allowed his body to fall into the coiling dragon stream. Halfway down, Yang Kai nimbly turned around and entered the secluded cave he had painstakingly carved out all those years ago. Inside the secluded cave, there were some bonsai plants Xia Ning Chang had brought over. Without the evil demonic qi flowing down from the stream, many green vines had climbed up. There were even a few flowers blooming around the cave entrance. Inside the cave, there was still the faint scent of Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang. This secluded cave was a secret place for the three of them. Several times, when Yang Kai and Su Yan were having sex, the little senior sister would be sleeping on the stone bed. Yang Kai sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, closed his eyes, and opened his mind and body. After walking around, seeing and reminiscing, he suddenly felt as if his soul had been sublimated. This indescribable feeling made him feel very comfortable. With a burst of buzzing sounds, Yang Kai's flesh began to squirm, and the yuan qi flowing through his body surged like a river breaking through a dam. Chapter 930. 2 days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his pupils shining brightly as if they were filled with lightning. However, a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. He was a little confused about his current situation. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion and seeing the familiar scenery, Yang Kai suddenly fell into a strange state. At first, he thought he was about to break through, so he let nature take its course, but after waking up, he discovered that he had not broken through to the Saint Realm at all. His cultivation was still only at the third-order transcendent realm, but the yuan qi flowing through his body was very different from before. Closing his eyes and examining himself with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the yuan qi flowing through his meridians and physique had become more condensed and pure than before. If his previous yuan qi was like a gurgling river, now his yuan qi was like tiny and subtle crystals attached to his physique and meridians. When not in use, this yuan qi no longer flowed freely, but once it was used, it became more fluid and filled with more destructive power than before. The yang liquid stored in Yang Kai's dantian also seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation, turning into a dazzling golden gem that dazzled the eyes of all present. Yang Kai was confused and didn't know what was going on. Carefully examining his physical condition, Yang Kai didn't find anything wrong with his body. On the contrary, he felt quite refreshed, as if the change in his strength was a positive one. Not only was there no harm, but there were also huge benefits. At the very least, Yang Kai felt that he had become stronger. Sending out his divine sense, Li Rong and Han Fei flew over together and entered the secluded home, bowing respectfully. "Master, what instructions do you have for us?" These 2 days, Li Rong and Han Fei had also been guests in High Heaven Pavilion, helping out with the current mess. Both of them had noticed that Yang Kai was cultivating here, so naturally, they hadn't come to disturb him. It wasn't until Yang Kai took the initiative to summon them that they hurried over. "I have some questions to ask the two of you." Yang Kai gestured for them to sit down and speak slowly. The two of them glanced at each other and smiled, even Han Fei showing a faint smile, causing her ice attribute domain to melt slightly. In their impression, Yang Kai seemed to be omnipotent. This time, Yang Kai actually said that he had something to ask them, which made them feel very surprised. The two of them sat down. Li Rong asked, "Is there something that master doesn't understand about cultivation?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and relaxed his body and mind. "Use your divine sense to check the energy in my body and see if you can find anything wrong." "Inappropriate." Han Fei was surprised. "Then we'll be offending you." Li Rong did not waste time and released her divine sense to investigate Yang Kai's body. A moment later, her beautiful eyes lit up and she muttered, "Yuan Qi holiness." Han Fei also showed a look of pleasant surprise as she stared at Yang Kai happily, chuckling, "Congratulations, master. With master's cultivation speed, I'm afraid he's not far from the Saint Realm. And, master has already reached the point of Yuan Qi holiness. Master's growth rate is incredibly fast. I estimate that it will take him at most 2 or 3 years to break through to the Saint Realm. If he has some kind of opportunity or epiphany, I'm afraid that time will be even shorter." "Stop." Yang Kai stretched out his hand, frowning as he stared at the two of them blankly. "Explain first, what do you mean by Yuan Qi holiness? Why are you so certain that I'm not far from the Saint Realm?" Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes, but soon, the two of them burst into laughter, their giggles like silver bells ringing throughout the cave mansion. Yang Kai's stomach was filled with disgust. Li Rong laughing so heartily was one thing, but even Han Fei, who had always maintained a cold expression, was also laughing so hard it was obvious she had found something funny, and this discovery was definitely related to him. However, Yang Kai didn't know anything about it. "Are you two done laughing?" Yang Kai glared at them angrily. Noticing that Yang Kai seemed to be a bit angry, Li Rong and Han Fei quickly restrained their laughter, but they still couldn't help covering their mouths with their hands as their shoulders trembled slightly. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead helplessly. After a while, Li Rong and Han Fei's expressions finally became serious, the former asking, "Master, have you not been systematically taught anything about the Saint Realm?" "Why do you ask?" "Because if someone had systematically taught you, you should know what Yuan Qi sanctification is and that it is the key to breaking through to the Saint Realm." "The key to breaking through to the Saint Realm?" Yang Kai suddenly became interested. "Tell me more about it." Li Rong and Han Fei immediately began explaining one sentence after another. "In this world, there are many transcendent realm cultivator, but of these transcendent cultivators, less than 1% can successfully break through to the Saint Realm. Why is it that so many transcendents are unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm? The biggest reason is that Yuan Qi sanctification. A cultivator, from the very beginning of their cultivation to the Saint Realm, progressing step by step, every major breakthrough is extremely difficult. It can be said that every breakthrough to a great realm is a baptism from the inside out. However, during this process of growth, there are two major changes in the strength of a cultivator's body. The first time is when a cultivator breaks through from the separation and reunion boundary to the Yuan Qi boundary. The Yuan Qi in the cultivator's body transforms into Yuan Qi. Comparing the two, the disparity in strength between them is something master must have deeply experienced. Yang Kai nodded gently. Before reaching the separation and reunion boundary, a cultivator would have Yuan Qi flowing in their body, but after breaking through to the Yuan Qi boundary, the energy flowing in their body would be Yuan Qi. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Disregarding the improvement of one's cultivation, just from the transformation of strength, when Yuan Qi transforms into Yuan Qi, a cultivator's combat effectiveness will suddenly soar. The second time is when a cultivator breaks through from the transcendent realm to the Saint Realm. Li Rong said excitedly, because what flows in the body of a Saint Realm master is not Yuan Qi. It's not Yuan Qi. Yang Kai raised his brow, somewhat unable to accept this. No one had ever told him about this before. And what flows in the body of a Saint Realm master is Saint Qi, which is not on the same level as Yuan Qi. Yang Kai was shocked and was unable to speak for a long time. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, for example, between two crystal stones of the same volume, high-rank crystal stones naturally contain much more energy than low-rank crystal stones, and saint crystals contain much more energy than high-rank crystal stones. In comparison, Yuan Qi is inferior to low-rank crystal stones, Yuan Qi is high-rank crystal stones, and Saint Qi corresponds to saint crystals. Such an obvious truth, how could Yang Kai not understand? The Yuan Qi in Master's body, because of some kind of opportunity, has begun to transform into Saint Qi. Once this transformation is complete, Master will understand the mysteries of the Saint Realm and break through to the Saint Realm. Li Rong looked at him excitedly, feeling sincerely happy for his rapid growth. Has no one told Master about this before? Han Fei asked in surprise. The reason why they hadn't told Yang Kai about this was because they thought Yang Kai knew about this common knowledge, but Yang Kai was completely ignorant. It's normal that no one told Master about this. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. Master's growth is too fast. Those seniors and elders probably didn't expect that he would already be undergoing the process of true Qi sanctification. Even if Master doesn't ask now, someone will mention it to you in the future. At the very least, the Holy Land's great elder will tell you. Kai Yang gently nodded. After understanding the cause of his current situation, he was able to let go of his worries. Then what should I do now? Kai Yang hesitated for a moment before asking. Nothing, just maintain your previous appearance and do what you need to do, Li Rong replied with a smile. Is there no other way to speed up the progress of Yuan Qi sainthood? Yang Kai frowned. I remember that when Yuan Qi is transformed into Yuan Qi, one can use some kind of medicine to assist in the process, making Yuan Qi more condensed and pure. That was when one's foundation was still being established. Those who can reach the Yuan Qi sainthood have already begun to develop their foundations. Now, there is no way to speed up the process, we can only let nature take its course. I understand, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief, feeling a little bit of excitement in the depths of his heart. When all Yuan Qi was transformed into Saint Qi and comprehended the mysteries of the Saint Realm, one would be able to reach that realm. Yang Kai wasn't worried about comprehending the mysteries of the Saint Realm. Perhaps for others, this would be a challenge, but for Yang Kai, it was nothing. He had absorbed too much of a Saint Realm cultivator's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. These insights had become his own nourishment, so breaking through to the Saint Realm was naturally not a problem. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the Saint Qi in his body to transform, so the time it would take was much shorter than Li Rong had estimated. After a while, Yang Kai collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about the Saint Realm, stood up, and asked, "How is the situation in High Heaven Pavilion?" "Everything has been settled," Li Rong replied. "Good, then we should go." Yang Kai said so and took the lead to fly out of his secluded home. He had planned to revisit his old haunts and immediately rush to the central capital, but because of Yuan Qi's sainthood, he had been delayed for 2 days. High Heaven Pavilion was overcrowded with disciples from all 3 sects gathered here. Sassafras could only arrange a place for them to rest, but he still couldn't find enough space. Many people could only sit on the ground, using the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. Inside the main hall, Sassafras and several of the pavilion's elders were present. Blood Battle Gangs Human, the Twin Flower Sisters, Storm House's Xiao Ruo Han, and Fong Ziki were all gathered together. When Yang Kai arrived, they seemed to be discussing something. At this moment, all of them were staring at Yang Kai with burning eyes, their expressions filled with excitement. "Brother-in-law, are you going to the central capital?" Sassafras suddenly asked. And Yang Kai nodded. "Then I wish you victory and a triumphant return," Sassafras shouted. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Sassafras grinned, "We know our place, so we won't drag you down, but brother-in-law, you have to teach those people a lesson, don't show any mercy." Yang Kai smiled and nodded seriously, "Don't worry, I won't let any of them go back alive." Turning around, he shouted outside, "Shi Kun. Subordinate is here." Shi Kun answered and appeared. "You stay here and help me take care of the people here. If anyone dares to invade, report the Holy Land's name. I'd like to see who dares to offend my Holy Land." "Yes." Chapter 931. The Central Capital, the greatest city under the heavens. From a distance, the huge central capital looked like a dormant ancient beast, quietly lying on the ground, giving off a desolate aura that inspired awe. A blue light suddenly appeared 50 kilometers away from the central capital, and the figures of Yang Kai, Li Rong, and Han Fei appeared. "There's actually such a huge city here." Li Rong's eyes flashed a look of surprise as she exclaimed. The scale of the central capital was extremely rare even in Tongxian realm. Li Rong found it hard to imagine how many years it had taken the indigenous people here to create such a huge city. "But there seems to be some traces of destruction," Han Fei frowned. "And, more than 10 years ago, the central capital's earth vein erupted and the entire city was destroyed. When I left that year, everyone was busy rebuilding the central capital. Although more than 10 years have passed since then, it doesn't seem to have been completely rebuilt." Yang Kai gently nodded. At this moment, the entire central capital was slightly calm. Even though he was 50 kilometers away, Yang Kai could still see many people moving about. Suddenly, a burst of light burst out from a corner of the central capital, illuminating Yang Kai's eyes. "Master, there seems to be a battle going on over there," Li Rong whispered. "Let's go take a look." Yang Kai once again activated the Flying Heavens shuttle and disappeared. At the central capital's south gate, a group of Transcendent Realm cultivators were fleeing in panic. The central capital's south gate was a gate used exclusively by the Yang family. All of the Yang family's direct descendants would pass through this gate when returning from outside. When Yang Kai returned to the central capital to participate in the inheritance war, he had also passed through this gate. At this moment, the fleeing Transcendent Realm cultivator were basically all masters from the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall. They were desperately running away with the goal of escaping from the central capital. However, behind them were two unparalleled enemies. "You bastards, you've run away quite fast, let's see where you'll run now." One of the one-eyed middle-aged men followed behind them unhurriedly, not showing any intention of immediately taking action, simply taunting them with a mocking look in his eyes, like a cat playing with a mouse. "A group of trivial transcendents dares act presumptuous in front of me? Run away as fast as you can, don't let me catch you, or else you'll suffer a miserable fate." Everyone who was being chased had bloodshot eyes, but all of them were well aware of how tyrannical their enemy was, so they didn't dare to stop and fight. They could only use their martial skills as they fled, trying their best to delay the enemy's pace. But when these martial skills blasted onto the one-eyed middle-aged man, they were utterly unable to do anything to him. Only layers of ripples appeared around his body, and then the attacks were like stones that sank into the sea, vanishing without a trace. This caused the fleeing group of transcendents to lose all hope and despair. "Cho Su, stop fooling around. Leader Wu is waiting for our report. Let's catch them quickly." In another direction, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure reminded the one-eyed middle-aged man. Cho Su glanced over at her and snorted, "There's no need for you to remind me." He then cursed in a low voice, "Little whore, you think you can order me around just because you've got a big tree like Wu Jing? Why don't you take a look at yourself?" Saying so, his expression became violent as he shouted towards the people below, "Run, run. If any of you are caught by me first, I'll let you taste all the torture in the world and let you know what it means to wish you were dead. Seeing you have some strength and some use, I allowed you to work for me, but you actually dared to find an opportunity to escape. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The words of this man and woman reached the ears of the people below, causing their expressions to become uglier and uglier. In the crowd, a tall and sturdy man shouted in a low voice, "Brothers and sisters, disperse. Life and death are up to fate. If anyone can escape from here, you must survive. Find the young master and tell him what happened here." Everyone nodded and shouted, "Good luck." The next moment, everyone scattered in all directions. The man and woman chasing behind them saw this scene and didn't show the slightest surprise at all. The one-eyed man named Cho Su sneered, "You have some brains. I thought you would stop and fight with me, but it turns out you're not stupid. Don't make trouble, it'll be troublesome if you let them run away. You block their way forward, I'll block their way back." The voluptuous beauty shouted. At the same time, a surging force burst out from her body and an invisible barrier appeared behind the transcendent realm cultivator, blocking their retreat and pushing forward at an extremely fast speed, reducing their space of movement. Seeing that she had already taken action, Cho Su no longer spoke nonsense and used the same method to block the path of the cultivator below. Peng peng peng, star. One figure after another slammed into the invisible barrier, causing ripples to appear in midair. These cultivator were all forced back dizzily, their faces ugly. Two sword-like auras attacked from the front and back, forcing them to gather together again, back to back, and look up at the man and woman in the sky. There was no door to heaven, no road to hell. Under absolute strength, they could only be toyed with in the hands of the enemy, unable to resist at all. "Xiaoli, it's okay for me to kill one person to vent my anger, right?" Cho Su looked at the voluptuous beauty with his only remaining eye. The beautiful woman called Xiaoli frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "They're not very strong, what's the use of killing them? The reason why sect leader Wu spared their lives is to make them surrender and work for us. As long as this group surrenders, the rest will be easy to deal with. The world energy here is not rich, and the resources are not abundant, but there are many people. It's fine to take them to the mines and do some rough work. Of course I know sect leader Wu's intentions, but, if I don't kill their spirit, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart." Cho Su slowly shook his head. Seeing him like this, Xiaoli felt disgusted, but she didn't want to be entangled with him on this issue, so she nodded helplessly, "Fine, but you can only kill one. If you dare to kill more, I will definitely report this matter to sect leader Wu. I know you have a good relationship with sect leader Wu, but you don't need to use him to pressure me. I am the pavilion master of heaven seeking pavilion, it's not up to him to control me. If you want to kill, just do it, don't talk nonsense," Xiaoli shouted impatiently. Cho Su sneered, looking down at the group of people below with his only remaining eye. His eyes swept over the dozen transcendent realm cultivator, ignoring their angry glares, suddenly stretching out his finger and pointing at one of them. "She'll be fine, I like to kill women, especially beautiful women." Saying so, he glanced at the woman called Xiaoli, intentionally or unintentionally. Xiaoli snorted, knowing what he meant, but she didn't pay attention to him. The face of the woman who was pointed out by him turned pale. Yu Xian. The others all paled. Tang Yu Xian smiled bleakly, "Life and death are up to the heavens, don't resist, the place they came from should be where the little lord went. When you get there, do everything you can to find the little lord and have him avenge me and my dead brothers and sisters." Everyone shook their heads. "Woman, if you have any last words, I'll give you 10 breaths of time." Cho Su stood in the air and laughed wildly. "They've gone too far, I'll kill them. Tu Feng roared, his blood qi madly rising, apparently preparing to use Yang Kai's blood warrior's mad tyrant blood skill. If you want to die, we'll die together. In any case, we can't just stand by and watch you get killed. Ingzhou's figure flickered as he prepared to use his dancing shadow strike at any moment. At that moment, an invisible pressure descended, making everyone unable to move. The mad tyrant blood skill that Tu Feng was about to use was also directly suppressed, causing Ingzhou's figure to stiffen in place. Cho Su laughed loudly. I say you're overestimating yourselves, but you still don't know your limits. How can a transcendent compete with a saint? Now I'll let you see the huge gap between the two of you. If I want to kill you, it'll be as simple as crushing an ant. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Tang Yuxian, who was standing in the crowd, exclaimed as she suddenly found herself being bound by an invisible force and slowly floating up into the air. A moment later, she stopped a few dozen meters above the ground. The invisible force that bound her body slowly became stronger and stronger, causing Tang Yuxian to struggle to breathe and her face to turn red. Although she wanted to resist, she was unable to exert any strength. Screams and cries came from below. Cracking sounds came from Tang Yuxian's body as her bones seemed to be on the verge of being crushed. Feeling death beckoning to her, Tang Yuxian's heart remained calm as she stared coldly at the one-eyed man named Cho Su, the look of unflinching determination in her beautiful eyes causing Cho Su to stare blankly. Xiao. A sword-like attack suddenly shot out from the void, cutting through the space between Cho Su and Tang Yuxian. The sound of something being cut rang out. Tang Yuxian, who was bound in the air, let out a sigh of relief as the huge pressure on her body disappeared at this moment and her body regained its freedom, falling straight down. With a flash of blue light, 3 figures appeared mid-air like ghosts, each of them wrapped in a bone-chilling aura. Who's there? Cho Su and Xiao Li's faces changed drastically as they shouted at the same time. The Transcendent Realm cultivator below also hurriedly turned their eyes towards the 3 figures. All of them wore dull expressions. In the next moment, cries of surprise rang out. Little Lord. Yang Kai nodded gently and looked down. Familiar faces flashed in front of his eyes. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Ingzhou, Ji Li, Xiao Shun, Yan Lingxing, Wu Ju, most of the masters of the Yang family blood warrior hall were here. Is Yuxian alright? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement as she nodded repeatedly. It's just a minor injury, little lord doesn't need to worry. That's good. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Who are you? Cho Su frowned, quietly stood beside Xiaoli and asked in a stern voice. Chapter 932. He didn't know why, but when these 3 people appeared, Cho Su couldn't help feeling a sense of horror, as if the aura of death was approaching him, causing him to shudder. If he didn't stand with Xiaoli, he didn't feel any sense of security. Were you the one who said that a transcendent can't fight a saint? Yang Kai turned his head and stared at Cho Su coldly. Yes, may I ask who your excellency is? Cho Su frowned. Do I need to tell a dead man my name? Your excellency is quite arrogant, who are you? Cho Su's expression became cold, also realizing that these newcomers had ill intentions, quietly signaling to Xiaoli to act according to the situation. Xiaoli gently nodded. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him and instead turned to Li Rong. I'll leave that woman to you too, I'll deal with this man. Li Rong nodded, be careful, master. She didn't stop Yang Kai, naturally knowing that Yang Kai was furious and wanted to personally kill the one-eyed man who had just bullied them. On top of that, with her and Han Fei supporting him, even if Yang Kai couldn't defeat the other party, his life wouldn't be in any danger. Two pairs of beautiful eyes stared straight at Xiao Li as an invisible pressure descended from the sky. The voluptuous young woman called Xiao Li instantly stiffened and the flow of her Saint Qi became sluggish, as if she had fallen into a swamp. Shocked, she finally understood just how tyrannical these two women who had suddenly appeared in front of her were, causing her tender body to tremble uncontrollably. Cho Su's complexion also changed. As soon as Li Rong and Han Fei used their Saint Qi, he noticed that something was wrong and couldn't help feeling shocked. Not bothering to find trouble with the blood warriors, his figure flickered and he flew towards the central capital's interior. He wanted to find Wu Zhang. Although he was dissatisfied with the benefits Wu Zhang had given him, in the end, Wu Zhang was the strongest here, a second-order saint, far stronger than him. But just as he moved, a figure appeared in front of him and the young man who didn't seem to know the immensity of heaven and earth appeared in front of him. Third-order transcendent. Cho Su saw through Yang Kai's true cultivation at a glance and was overjoyed. He thought to himself, there is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it, and there is no door to hell. He shouted, "Boy, get out of my way." At the same time, he reached out to grab Yang Kai. He was trying to capture Yang Kai so that he could fight for a chance of survival. Yang Kai didn't move, only coldly looking at him. His expression was indifferent. Only when his large hand touched his shoulder and squeezed hard did he suddenly burst forth with the power in his body. The scorching heat wave exploded. Cho Su let out a strange cry and hurriedly retracted his hand. His face suddenly changed color and he was somewhat in disbelief. This young man opposite him was only a third-order transcendent, but the aura radiating from his body was actually purer and more vigorous than his own. The scorching yuan qi penetrated the meridians of his palm, rampaging through his physique and meridians before penetrating his 5 viscera and 6 organs in an attempt to destroy his vitality. Not daring to show the slightest neglect, Cho Su hurriedly pushed his Saint Qi to suppress this scorching heat, causing his body temperature to soar and his blood to show signs of boiling, causing his eyes to turn bloodshot. Before he could recover though, a golden spear pierced through the air towards him. This spear exuded a shocking energy fluctuation, as if it was capable of tearing through space, breaking through the shackles of distance and rapidly enlarging in Cho Su's eyes. Cho Su was horrified as he felt the destructive power contained in this spear and hurriedly dodged. The heaven-punishing spear hit thin air and flew several dozen kilometers before it gradually dissipated into specks of light and disappeared. One heaven-punishing spear after another was formed in Yang Kai's hands and he stood mid-air, throwing them out without pause. Like a swarm of locusts, the sky was filled with flashing golden lights. Cho Su was in a difficult situation, only able to dodge these 9 heavens' divine skills, unable to resist at all, his face pale. "Dodge, keep dodging, let's see how long you can hide." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he pushed his strength to the limit, imitating Cho Su's sarcastic tone as he taunted him like an ancient god. The heaven-punishing spear continued to stare at Cho Su as golden light shot out from it. Cho Su didn't have time to respond, simply dodging these attacks was already exhausting him, causing his expression to become extremely ugly. "Aren't you a saint? Go all out and fight, why are you afraid of a mere transcendent? Come, show me all your means, today this young master will let you see how a transcendent can kill a saint realm master." Yang Kai grinned coldly, following up with the heaven-punishing spear. The profound heavenly sword and imprisoning heaven chain also burst forth one after another, the 9 heavens' divine skills shining brilliantly. Down below, Tu Feng and the others were dumbfounded, unable to calm down for a long time. They had been trained by Yang Kai in the past and had broken through to the transcendent realm long before Yang Kai left, standing at the peak of this world. In the 10 years since Yang Kai had left, all of them had diligently cultivated. Now, basically every blood warrior had seen the hope of breaking through to the second-order transcendent realm and had set this as their goal. But a few months ago, a group of enemies that they were no match for suddenly appeared and took control of the central capital's 8 great families. Today, this one-eyed man named Cho Su had chased her all the way to the heavens and earth, and now, Tang Yuxian was about to be crushed to death by him. The young master came out of nowhere and beat Cho Su so hard that he covered his head and scurried away like a rat. He didn't even have time to answer. The blood warriors' hearts were filled with excitement as a sense of pride rose within them. Looking at the previously domineering Cho Su's miserable appearance, each of them couldn't help feeling happy. Li Rong and Han Fei were also watching from the sidelines, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on their faces. Although the two of them knew that Yang Kai was very powerful, ever since they had followed him here, they had never seen Yang Kai fight against any master, so they didn't know what his bottom line was. Just now, the two women had secretly decided that if Yang Kai was in a difficult situation, they would immediately step in to help. However, the situation was completely different from what they had feared.
A first-order saint in front of Yang Kai didn't even have a chance to put up any resistance. The two of them were even certain that Yang Kai could easily kill this opponent. Because Yang Kai hadn't used his demon god transformation yet and was only fighting with his own strength. At this moment, the two women finally relaxed and began putting pressure on Xiaoli so she couldn't rush to their aid while paying close attention to Yang Kai's battle. "Father will fight with you." While dodging in a sorry state, Cho Su suddenly let out a loud shout, and a large bell flew out. The bell emitted a loud sound that seemed capable of stealing souls. Layers of light rippled, and the sound waves formed a shockwave that spread out in all directions. The heaven-punishing spear and profound heavenly sword flying towards him suddenly slowed down and their attacks weakened significantly. As for the blood warriors who were watching from below, when they heard this bell ring, each of them showed a look of extreme pain, their bodies trembling as their blood began to boil and their faces flushed red, as if they would explode at any moment. Li Rong waved her hand and dispersed the pressure on their side, allowing the blood warriors to regain their composure and turn grateful looks towards her. Cho Su's divine sense burst forth as he controlled the giant bell artifact and stimulated its full power while he hid behind it and used it to resist Yang Kai's attacks as he desperately rushed towards Yang Kai. He obviously wanted to make a last stand, hoping that he and Kai Yang would both suffer heavy losses. If he could capture Kai Yang, that would be even better. A spirit-grade top-rank artifact. Yang Kai grinned, ignoring the impact of the devilish sound. Not only did he not retreat, but instead rushed forward fiercely. True Yang Kai's Yuan Qi erupted and Yang Kai was like a blazing fireball, rampaging through the sound waves. A moment later, a loud noise rang out. The sound of a huge bell reverberated throughout the central capital, causing everyone's blood to boil and their hearts to feel uncomfortable. Cho Su, who was hiding behind the giant bell, was hit by a huge force and was sent flying like a paper kite, coughing up blood midair as his face paled and his eyes filled with confusion. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. This third-order transcendent youth had actually used his own body to collide with his artifact, not only blocking its attack but also sending him flying. Cho Su only managed to stabilize himself after taking a dozen steps back. Just how tyrannical was this youth's physique to be able to collide with his artifact? It wasn't until this moment that Cho Su completely understood that his combat strength was on a completely different level. Although this youth's cultivation was lower than his own, he was a monster capable of fighting above his own realm. Cho Su's eyes dimmed as he flew backwards and roared, "Wu Zheng!" Yang Kai grabbed the giant bell in his hand and tossed it away, his figure flickering as he caught up with Cho Su, grinning fiercely as he shouted, "It doesn't matter who you call out, today you'll die." A stream of pure Yuan Qi was sent by Yang Kai into Cho Su's body. Cho Su tried to resist but was unable to do so. His body rapidly heated up as his blood boiled like boiling water and huge blisters appeared on the surface of his skin. Hong. Cho Su's body exploded. In midair, a beautiful flower of blood bloomed. His death was extremely miserable. Xiao Li's tender body trembled as her heart filled with panic. She had watched the entire battle from beginning to end, but even now she couldn't figure out how a Saint Realm cultivator could be so easily killed by a mere transcendent. This scene completely subverted her understanding of the strength of a cultivator. Staring at the young man's terrifying back, Xiao Li couldn't help feeling terrified.
Chapter 933. As the religion master of the free and unfettered sect, Wu Jing naturally recognized Yang Kai. After all, he, Chu Yi of Shrouded Heaven Mansion, and Feng Yu Bai of Smoke Lock Tower had pursued the ancient demon race all the way to the Nine Peaks. Wu Jing also quite disliked this young man who had colluded with the demon race and was even a little jealous of him. The reason was simple. This guy was so young but was already the master of a great force and had subdued so many obedient masters from the demon race. The power he held in his hands was enough to make anyone jealous. Wu Jing didn't know how he was inferior to Yang Kai and why such a good thing never happened to him. Wu Jing. Yang Kai grinned at him silently and mysteriously. Yang Xingzhu, long time no see. Wu Jing looked around and frowned. I don't know why Yang Xingzhu would come here. Did you see Cho Su and Xiao Li? I just heard Cho Su's voice and there were fluctuations from a battle here. Could it have been Yang Xingzhu? If you're talking about the one-eyed man and the middle-aged woman, they're already dead. Dead? Wu Zheng's expression changed as he stared deeply at Yang Kai. Could it be they died at the hands of Yang Xingzhu? Correct, Yang Kai admitted frankly. Wu Zheng's expression became cold as he narrowed his eyes. Why did you kill them? They have no grudge with Yang Xingzhu, right? Can't I kill without any grudge? Yang Kai laughed, glancing sideways at Wu Jing before reaching out and grinning. Today, not only will they die, but so will you. Wu Zheng's face twitched as he glanced cautiously towards Li Rong and Han Fei, forcing a smile as he asked, Yang Xingzhu, what is the meaning of this? This Wu has not offended you in any way, right? When he heard Cho Su's shout just now, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He immediately rushed over and saw Yang Kai here. However, since he didn't understand the whole story, Wu Jing didn't feel much of a sense of crisis. After all, Yang Kai was the holy master of Nine Heaven's holy land, so it was impossible for him to kill someone for no reason. After all, Wu Jing was the leader of a force and was not inferior to Yang Kai in the slightest. He took it for granted that since they were all in the same position, they could sit down and talk if there was anything. Who would have thought that Yang Kai had no intention of negotiating with him at all? The moment he opened his mouth, he was filled with murderous intent. How else do you want to offend me? Yang Kai's eyes were as cold as ice. This is my home. You brought your friends here and bullied my family. Before Yang Kai could finish his words, Wu Jing knew something was wrong. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, Cho Su and Xiao Li's deaths were a fact. If Yang Kai dared to kill the two of them, he might really kill him as well. Wu Zheng was also a decisive person. Without waiting for Yang Kai to finish explaining, he immediately summoned an artifact and transformed it into a light shield around his body before flying out of the central capital as fast as he could. Yang Kai frowned as he stared in the direction Wu Jing fled, waving his hand with a strange expression. Han Fei didn't say a word and simply chased after him. There was no need to guess what would happen to Wu Jing. He would definitely die. When an ancient demon clan member used their demon god transformation, almost every one of them could fight above their realm. Li Rong was only a second-order saint when she fought Shueli to a draw. Today, Han Fei was also a second-order saint, so if she wanted to kill Wu Jing, it would only be a matter of time. Li Rong, go to the central capital and clean up the people Wu Jing brought here. Yes. Li Rong nodded before disappearing, her huge divine sense spreading out like a tide and penetrating every corner of the central capital. Yang Kai then flew down. Little Lord. All the blood warriors looked at him excitedly and called out. Yang Kai glanced over at them and nodded, "It's fine, let's head back first." Good. By the time Yang Kai arrived at the Yang family mansion, Li Rong had already finished cleaning up. Most of the people Wu Jing had brought here had been gathered in the Yang family mansion, so she had directly cleaned them all up. After hearing the whole story from Li Rong, many of the Yang family's direct descendants were happily waiting for Yang Kai to arrive. Fourth Master Yang and his wife were even more anxious, Dong Suzhu constantly wiping her tears, feeling extremely gratified. A moment later, the figures of Yang Kai and the many blood warriors appeared in their field of vision. Dong Suzhu ignored the fourth master's attempts to stop her and rushed over to Yang Kai. "Mother!" Yang Kai called out eagerly. Dong Suzhu looked him up and down, seemingly wanting to see if he was unharmed. After confirming that her son wasn't injured in any way, she hugged him tightly. Yang Kai couldn't breathe. Li Rong watched this scene of mother and son reuniting with a strange expression. If Yang Kai hadn't taken the initiative to call out to her just now, she would have thought that this seemingly young woman was Yang Kai's older sister, never having expected that she was actually her master's mother. "Good, everyone is waiting, why are you hugging Kai, so tightly?" Fourth Master Yang saw that there was no movement from the other side for a long time and couldn't help but come forward and remind her. "I don't care about them, this is my son." Dong Suzhu burst into tears, feeling extremely wronged, as if someone was trying to snatch Yang Kai away from her. "Father." Yang Kai grinned and greeted Fourth Master Yang. "And, well done." The Yang family fourth master nodded his head heavily, the corners of his eyes revealing an expression of relief. Yang Kai had been away from home for more than 10 years without any news, so naturally he and Dong Suzhu were most worried about him. Now that they had not only confirmed their son's safety but also learned that it was Yang Kai who had led people to rescue the central capital, the fourth master couldn't help feeling a sense of pride. After a while, Dong Suzhu's mood gradually calmed down and she let go of Yang Kai. "Wait for the evening, we'll talk again as a family." Yang Kai patted her hand and comforted her. Yang Kai stepped forward, his eyes sweeping over the faces of the family's elders and his 7 brothers, greeting them one by one. Everyone was in a good mood. 9th brother. The other brothers also couldn't help but stare at him. Yang Kai was the youngest of the 9 brothers, but now it seemed that he was the one with the highest achievements. In comparison, no matter who it was, they all felt a little ashamed of their inferiority, but also a little happy for him. "Second brother, how do you feel about being the family head?" Yang Kai laughed loudly as he turned to Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao sighed, "If you don't lead the family head, you won't know how expensive daily necessities are." Second brother always thought too simply. "If I was given another chance, I wouldn't have participated in the inheritance war." Among the 9 brothers of the Yang family, besides Yang Kai, the most suitable one to be the family head was naturally Yang Zhao. Although the eldest brother, Yang Wei, had great personal strength, he was obsessed with the martial Tao and didn't care about anything else. The family's elder Mo also didn't feel comfortable leaving the family head to him. So after Yang Kai left, the family had been managed by Yang Zhao. After not seeing each other for more than 10 years, the other brothers had all settled down and had children of their own. "Let's talk inside," it's been a long time since we've been together. Yang Zhao stepped aside and said. In the Yang family spirit hall, Yang Kai, under the orders of the fourth master, came in and offered incense to the ancestors. According to the fourth master's words, the reason why they were able to escape this disaster was all because of the blessings of the ancestors. It had nothing to do with Yang Kai. Yang Kai could only comply with his fourth master's wishes. After paying his respects, Yang Kai walked out of the spirit hall and followed the fourth master to the Yang family hall. At this moment, the hall was overcrowded. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, everyone's expression changed as they stared towards him. Grand Master. Yang Kai saw Ling Tai Su in the crowd at a glance and quickly rushed over, shouting happily. Ling Tai Su smiled and nodded, but he seemed to have been seriously injured, his face as white as paper, his body trembling slightly as he stood there. Yang Kai's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked. It's nothing serious, I was just hit by that man named Wu Zhang. Fortunately, he didn't mean to take my life, otherwise I wouldn't be standing here today. Ling Tai Su comforted. Yang Kai didn't say anything else, instead reaching out and placing his hand on Ling Tai Su's wrist, carefully examining it. After a moment, his expression relaxed slightly. His Grand Master's injuries weren't light, but they weren't life-threatening. With his current means, it wouldn't be difficult to treat him. Grand Master, take this pill. Yang Kai placed a pill in his hand. Ling Tai Su didn't hesitate and swallowed the pill directly, patting Yang Kai's shoulder and saying, We'll talk about this another time, I need to refine this pill first. Good. Master, I'll see you off. Fourth Master Yang quickly stepped forward and helped Ling Tai Su leave. Senior Ling was injured by that man in order to save us, Tu Feng suddenly said. This time, if it weren't for Ling Tai Su attracting the attention of those people, we wouldn't have been able to escape from the Yang family. Unfortunately, we were almost caught. Fortunately, Little Lord appeared in time and prevented Senior Ling's efforts from going to waste. Tang Yuxian lowered her head with some shame. Don't worry about it, since Grand Master acted like this, he must have his own considerations. Isn't everything fine now? Yang Kai smiled, come in and sit down. Inside the hall, everyone crowded in and found a place to sit down. Those who didn't have a seat simply stood around, all of them turning their eyes to Yang Kai, waiting for him to speak. Second brother, did the family suffer any losses this time? Yang Kai casually found a place to sit down and asked Yang Zhao. Hearing this, everyone's face became gloomy, and even Yang Kai's heart couldn't help sinking. The biggest loss was the Blood Warrior Hall. Yang Zhao sighed heavily. When those people arrived, we didn't know their strength was so great. The Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master Feng Xing and Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng both died in battle, and the entire Blood Warrior Hall was beaten to a pulp. The Blood Warrior Hall was the most loyal institution to the Yang family and the place where all the masters the Yang family had cultivated gathered. When danger came, they would naturally do their best to resist. Yang Kai had an impression of Hall Master Feng Xing and Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng. After all, he had dealt with them before, but he hadn't expected that they would be killed in this foreign invasion. Tu Feng clenched his fists, his body trembling as he choked out, Chu Gao Yi, Ji Li, Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Fu Zong, they're all dead. Yang Kai's body shook. The names of the blood warriors Tu Feng reported were all those who had followed him during the Inheritance War. During the final stages of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai had gathered 13 blood warriors and created 13 transcendent realm masters. This was especially true for Chu Gao Yi. He and Ning Jiao had followed Yang Kai from the very beginning and were extremely loyal to him. Both of them were the two most talented blood warriors in the Blood Warrior Hall. Hearing that all these familiar names had passed away, Yang Kai's heart clenched. Chapter 934. The Blood Warrior Hall had suffered heavy losses and the surviving Blood Warriors all wore solemn expressions. In addition to the Blood Warrior Hall, several of the family's elderly elders had also died in battle. The first elder of the Long Chalk Hall, Yang Jin, had died tragically at the hands of the free and unfettered. It could be said that the arrival of this catastrophe had caused the entire Yang family's high-end strength to shrink by nearly half, the biggest blow it had ever suffered. Not only the Yang family, but almost every one of the central capital's 8 great families had suffered the same fate. Fortunately, Wuxia didn't want to kill them all and had absolute confidence in his own strength. He believed that with the strength of these central capital's masters, they wouldn't be able to cause him any trouble, so after a brief period of slaughter, he had sealed the strength of the various great families' masters and ordered them to submit to him and work for him. He had set his sights on the human resources here. Whether he could take the people here to Tongxian realm to work as coolies or sell them as slaves, he could make a considerable fortune. It was also because of this that the central capital's 8 great families had not suffered a devastating blow and had retained a glimmer of hope. Ninth brother, that Wu Zheng's methods are extraordinary and his strength is earth-shattering. Can the people you brought really deal with him? Yang Zhao asked worriedly. I never thought there would be such a powerful person in this world, some of the elders also said worriedly. Whether or not we can deal with him, seeing is believing, Yang Kai chuckled, listening carefully for a moment before nodding. She's back. What's back? Yang Zhao was stunned. A beautiful figure flashed into the hall from outside, wrapping herself in a bone-chilling aura as Han Fei appeared. Holding a bloody head in his hand, he walked straight in, tossed the head to the ground, and bowed to Yang Kai. Master, I was fortunate to not fail my mission. You've worked hard, Yang Kai gently nodded. Inside the hall, everyone's eyes turned to the head rolling on the ground. Looking at the pair of widened eyes that had lost all light, Yang Zhao slowly straightened up and shouted, "It's Wu Zheng. Is he really dead?" Good. The eyes of many Yang family members lit up, their spirits rising. Turning to look at Han Fei again, everyone's eyes filled with respect and gratitude. Previously, Li Rong had rushed here to eliminate the masters brought by Wu Zheng. Her actions were swift and decisive, and before anyone could react, the free and unfettered Spirit Temple's disciples had inexplicably died. None of them had seen Li Rong's methods, so they didn't know just how tyrannical she was. But now, seeing Wu Zheng's head being brought in by Han Fei with her own eyes, she naturally understood just how powerful this icy beauty was. For a moment, they couldn't help but feel as if they were in a dream. Many people even leaned over to take a closer look, wanting to see if that was really Wu Zheng's head. After confirming it, his body trembled. Ninth brother, this lady is. Yang Zhao looked at Han Fei hesitantly, a strange light flashing across his eyes. We are master's subordinates, Han Fei took the initiative to explain, lest everyone misunderstand. Subordinate. Yang Zhao's face twitched slightly, not knowing what to say. His ninth brother had been gone for more than 10 years without any news, but as soon as he returned, he had brought such powerful subordinates with him, sweeping away the enemy and saving the central capital. On the other hand, as the patriarch of the Yang family, he had been helpless when facing an enemy invasion. Comparing the two, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling somewhat depressed. But this is good, with this lady's strength, my Yang family will no longer need to fear being bullied. Yes, ninth brother, now that you've come back, are you not leaving? All the brothers began to ask questions at once. Yang Kai shook his head. Dong Suzhu, who was sitting next to Yang Kai, paled and couldn't help grabbing Yang Kai's hand and whispering, Kai, do you still want to leave? Yang Kai smiled, I'm leaving, but this time I'm taking all of you with me. Together. Yang Zhao frowned. I hope all of you can come with me to Tongxian realm and give up on the central capital. The hall suddenly fell silent. The central capital was the foundation of these people, and Yang Kai telling them to give up with just a few words made them feel somewhat reluctant. Yang Kai naturally understood their feelings, standing up and saying, "In the past, my Yang family was the leader of the 8 great families and one of the top forces in the world, but now the situation is different. The passage between this world and Tongxian realm has been opened, this time Wuxia came, next time someone else may come. It is not safe for all of you to remain in the central capital. Someone else will come." Many people's faces changed, none of them realizing the seriousness of the situation. They thought that with Wuxia dead, they would be safe, but the reality was far from what they had imagined. According to Yang Kai, this place had become a piece of delicious cake that all masters wanted to take a bite out of. If that's the case, then it's time to make some plans. Yang Zhao's expression became dignified as he pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Ninth brother, second brother wants to ask you a few questions." Yang Kai nodded. "If we leave the central capital with you and go to that Tongxian realm, with our strength, can we live in peace?" Second brother is not belittling himself, but after this incident, we have indeed recognized our own short-sightedness and shortcomings. And I still have some weight over there and can say a few words. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up. "Then what about a place for us? Is there a suitable location?" "And I've already found a place, you don't have to worry about that." Yang Zhao asked again, "What about cultivation materials?" "We can obtain them here, but once we reach the other side, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to obtain cultivation materials, right?" Yang Kai chuckled. "What I don't lack the most right now is cultivation materials. I have so many crystal stones that I can't even use them all up. I also have a variety of spirit grade and saint grade materials, far more than you can imagine. I guarantee you that when we reach the other side, you will have everything you need. There is absolutely no need to worry about cultivation materials." Everyone was dumbfounded. Tu Feng hesitated. "Little Lord, I've heard of spirit grade, but what kind of grade is saint grade?" "Above spirit grade," Yang Kai explained. "Then what are crystal stones?" Tang Yuxian also asked. "These things are called crystal stones." Yang Kai casually tossed one to her. Tang Yuxian caught it and the other blood warriors also gathered around to examine it, like a group of country bumpkins who had never seen the world, their eyes filled with amazement. "Heavens, this thing contains a lot of energy. And it seems like it can be directly absorbed and transformed into one's own yuan qi. If we had this thing in battle, wouldn't we be able to quickly recover?" Exclamations continued to ring out as the blood warriors' faces flushed with excitement. "And the world spirit qi over there is not something that can be compared to here. The world spirit qi over there is much denser than here. That's why the cultivation speed of the cultivators over there is much faster than here." Yang Kai described all the wonderful things of Tongxian realm, causing the eyes of the Yang family group to light up more and more as they listened, filled with more and more expectation. The world energy aura was rich, there was no need to worry about their own safety, there were plenty of cultivation materials, and there was a place to settle down. Yang Kai had already arranged everything, all they needed to do was follow him. "Of course, I just hope that you can come with me to Tongxian realm. If some of you are reluctant to leave this place, I won't force you." After speaking for a while, Yang Kai made his attitude clear. Those who want to stay here can still do so, not everyone is as hateful as Wu Jing. Perhaps the masters who come here in the future won't bully the weak, you can make your own choice. My Chiu family will go with you, I wonder if little Lord is willing to take us with him. Suddenly, a tender voice called out from outside the hole. Yang Kai raised his brow and turned to look outside. A figure like a dancing butterfly walked in from the outside, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she pursed her red lips. Although she was pretending to be calm, anyone could see that she could not hide the excitement and joy in her heart. The Chiu family's patriarch has arrived, Yang Zhao got up and greeted. Beauty, long time no see, Yang Kai also stood up and stared at the woman who walked into the hall. Chiu Meng. Just as decisive and resolute as before anyone else had even made a decision, she had chosen a direction and entrusted her own interests and future to Yang Kai without hesitation. Long time no see. Chiu Meng's eyelashes trembled a few times as a look of grievance appeared on her face, but she quickly recovered and calmly greeted him. Sister Luo. Yang Kai then turned to the woman standing behind her and nodded. This woman's chest was quite large, and she was none other than Luo Xiaoman of Purple Fern Valley, Chiu Meng's best friend. After more than 10 years apart, Luo Xiaoman's fear of Yang Kai had not disappeared, so she simply nodded lightly and hid behind Chiu Meng. She didn't know why, but when Luo Xiaoman saw Yang Kai's face, she couldn't help thinking of the ash-gray cloud evil land girl named by Luo. My Chiu family will go with you. Would little lord be willing to take more people with him? Chiu Meng looked at Yang Kai seriously and asked. Don't be so polite. Yang Kai grinned. I didn't intend to only bring my Yang family with me this time. Since you're willing, naturally that's for the best. Seems you still have some conscience. Chiu Meng glared at him before smiling widely, the hall suddenly brightening up. I heard that young Lord Kai is back, is that true? Another shout sounded from outside the door, full of excitement. Just as this voice fell, the Huo family's Huo stars rushed into the Yang family hall like a gust of wind, looking around and shouting, Where is young Lord Kai? The next moment, he saw Yang Kai standing not far away and rushed over, giving Yang Kai a bear hug and patting his back fiercely. Brother, you're back. Chiu Meng missed you so much. Chiu Meng's pretty face changed as she grit her teeth and shouted, Stars Huo, do you want me to tear your mouth off? The Huo family young lord grinned meaningfully before letting go of Yang Kai, his smile becoming more and more brilliant. Brother, I missed you too. You little brat, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, how did your cultivation fall so far behind? Yang Kai laughed, feeling happy to see familiar faces. Chapter 935. During the Inheritance War, all those who had followed Yang Kai had obtained huge benefits. Little senior sister Xia Ning Chang had used her myriad drug liquid to create a pool of medicinal liquid that allowed them to be reborn and purified, improving their aptitude to varying degrees. Huo stars and Chiu Meng, as well as other important figures, had obtained even greater benefits. It could be said that their future achievements would not be too low. Even if they stayed in the central capital, they could still break through to the transcendent realm. After 10 years, Chiu Meng had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, but Huo stars, who was not inferior to her, was only at the 6th stage, which surprised Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't understand why his cultivation had fallen so far behind. Listening to Yang Kai's question, many people in the Yang family hall snickered, as if they knew the inside story. Chiu Meng covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. Huo stars wore a bitter expression as he cried, Young Lord Kai, you don't know, this brother's life is very hard, he continued. Yang Kai's expression became extremely strange as he became speechless. The Huo family was one of the central capital's 8 great families, but the previous generation's patriarch, Huo Zheng, only had one son, Huo stars, while he had a large number of daughters, all of whom he regarded as treasures and cared for in every way possible. After Huastars took over the position of patriarch, the Hua family elders learned a painful lesson from the previous generation's patriarch and began to arrange marriages for Huastars, allowing him to start a family. Over the past 10 years, the Hua family had selected more than a dozen young ladies for Huastars to fill his harem. Huastars, under the coercion of many of his elders, worked hard every day to prolong the Hua family's bloodline. Working so hard, it would be strange if Huastars' cultivation didn't fall behind. This young lord already has 15 concubines and 1 wife. Stars Hua looked at Yang Kai with a bitter expression. He patted his shoulder and sighed, "I'll introduce them to you when I have the chance." Although they are all beauties, this young master is really unable to do so. Yang Kai looked at him sympathetically and didn't know what to say. After thinking for a long time, he said, "My condolences." Everyone in the hall burst into laughter. It seemed that news of Yang Kai's return had already spread. Following Qiu Yi Meng and Huaxing, the other young patriarchs of the 8 great families all came to the Yang family. Meng family patriarch Meng Shan-yi, Lu family patriarch Lu Qingyao, Kong family patriarch Kong Jian, Gao family patriarch Gao Rangxian, Yi family patriarch Yi Jingli. Of these 5, Meng Shan-yi and Lu Qingyao were quite familiar with Yang Kai, but he didn't know much about the remaining 3. Naturally, they had come together this time because they had heard the news of Yang Kai's return and how he had defeated the free and unfettered. They wanted to ask what they should do next. Learning that Yang Kai wanted to take the Yang family away from the central capital and go to Tongxian realm, the 5 of them couldn't make a decision for a while. A family's affairs were not something they could casually decide. On top of that, they also had concerns. During the inheritance war, the ones who had the closest relationship with Yang Kai were naturally the Hua family and the Qiu family. Qiu Yi Meng and Huaxing had also been assisting Yang Kai, so it was natural for them to follow Yang Kai now. However, the remaining 5 families had all opposed Yang Kai in the past. Now that things had changed, they didn't know how to take a stand. Yang Kai casually invited them to follow him to Tongxian realm. The events of the past were already in the past, so Yang Kai didn't care. No matter what, these 5 families were still from the central capital. If he could help them, it was only a small matter for Yang Kai. However, the 5 of them all said that they would go back and carefully discuss with their respective elders before making a decision. After the 5 left, the hall was not quiet for long before countless more people arrived. All of them were friends of the Yang family who participated in the inheritance war. 10,000 flower palaces Han Shaoqi, Yi Han, Lu Qingru, Hua Ruoyin. Water moon halls Feng Qianhen. Pure heart palaces Li Xian Yuan. Reflecting moon sects Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu. Treasure instrument sects Tao Yang, Xiao Rong. Ghost King Valleys Lengshan, Qin Yi, Qining. After Yang Kai left, these people had been helping to rebuild the central capital. The Yang family was also grateful for their assistance to Yang Kai and had signed some contracts with the sects these people belonged to, leaving them in charge of managing the central capital. As such, these people had been living in the central capital, acting as the liaison between the Yang family and their respective sects. This time's disaster, none of them had been affected and all of them were unscathed. Old friends meeting again was a joyous occasion. The 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace had all grown up and had become more mature. After a lively exchange of pleasantries, Yang Kai told them about his plans for this trip and all of them said that they would consult their sect elders first before making a decision. After they left, Yang Kai said, "Second brother, discuss with the elder hall's people whether they want to come with me or not. Give me a reply as soon as possible, I'll be staying here for a while." "There's no need to discuss, ninth brother, since you've arranged everything, my Yang family will naturally follow you," Yang Zhao readily agreed. Everyone else also nodded, no one objecting. The blood warriors were even more excited, secretly happy to be able to follow their little lord and serve him again. Good, then take advantage of this time to pack up your things and bring your most important things with you. As for the supplies, you can give them up, they won't be worth much in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai said before turning his eyes to Qiu Yimeng and Huixing. The Hua family young lord nodded, whatever Qiu Yimeng does, I will do. Her vision is much longer than mine. I'm going to take the Qiu family to Tongxian realm, Qiu Yimeng glanced over at him. Huixing shrugged his shoulders, then I'll go back and inform my father so the family can pack up quickly. Saying so, he quickly left. Then we'll also pack up quickly. Yang Zhao stood up and ordered the Yang family members in the hall, just as ninth brother said, keep everything simple, don't bring anything you don't need. Yes. Everyone nodded and quickly dispersed. Soon, only Yang Kai, Li Rong, Han Fei, Qiu Yimeng, and Luo Xiaoman remained in the hall. Master, we'll wait for you outside. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled before walking out together with Han Fei. With her eyesight, how could she have noticed that this girl named Qiu Yimeng was looking at her master with a strange look in her eyes? That kind of longing and obsession was simply impossible to hide. She had deliberately stayed behind because she wanted to be alone with Yang Kai for a while. Elder sister Qiu, I'll also go out, Luo Xiaoman whispered and followed behind Li Rong and Han Fei. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was a bit strange as Qiu Yimeng just stared at Yang Kai without saying a word. Yang Kai couldn't help but ask, looking at your clothes and appearance, it seems you've never married. You're not young anymore. I was waiting for you, Qiu Yimeng raised her head, revealing her slender white neck. Don't joke around, Yang Kai laughed dryly. Do I look like I'm joking around? Qiu Yimeng coldly snorted, suddenly grit her teeth and said, I know you have another woman in your heart, and I don't expect you to like me. The gap between you and me is too big, I have some self-awareness. Yang Kai stared at her helplessly. But since you've come back, I'll be frank. You said before, you don't want to talk about love with me, just play around. Did I say such a thing? Yang Kai was stunned. You did. Qiu Yimeng said angrily, biting her red lip and glaring at him, so you know those words were too much, I thought you didn't know. Ah. I was young and frivolous, it doesn't matter, let's play around. I don't expect to be together forever, that's too unrealistic, and I don't want to continue to wait, suffering day by day, I just want to be together once. Are you serious? Yang Kai was dumbfounded, secretly shocked by Qiu Yimeng's bold words. I don't care what you think of me, just wait until we reach Tongxian realm. After everything is settled, I'll let you know just how fierce I am. Saying so, Qiu Yimeng's tender body flickered as she rushed up, and regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed her red lips against his. Kai Yang let out a pitiful cry and reached out to touch his lips. There was a burning sensation of pain. Qiu Yimeng turned around and walked away, her silvery bell-like laughter ringing out, that's just interest, when we reach Tongxian realm, I'll make sure to collect both principal and interest. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai walked out of the hall with a serious expression on his face. Li Rong and Han Fei, who were waiting outside, glanced over at him before quickly averting their eyes, both of them wanting to laugh but not daring to, their shoulders trembling as they struggled to hold back their laughter. Laugh all you want, isn't it just being bitten by a woman? Yang Kai rubbed his mouth, feeling like he had lost face. That girl is actually quite good. Li Rong said seriously, if she had been born in Tongxian realm, her current cultivation would definitely not be too low. And this world restricts their development. Han Fei also agreed. That's why I want to take them away from here and experience a wider world. Yang Kai's eyes became deep. This world is too small. Although there are more dangers there are also better conditions. The two women nodded slightly. After a while, Yang Kai ordered, "You two stay in the Yang family and guard this place for the time being to avoid any unexpected situations." Li Rong was surprised. "Where is Master going?" "I still have 2 places to visit." "Then, why don't I accompany you or let Han Fei accompany you?" "No need, I'll be fine by myself, there's no need to worry about my safety. With the Flying Heavens shuttle, no one can catch up to me, so this world isn't dangerous." Li Rong thought about it for a moment and didn't insist, simply saying, "Then Master must be careful." "Tell my father and mother that I have a lot of time to spend with them in the future," Yang Kai said, summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle and flying 100 kilometers away in a flash of blue light. Staring in the direction he disappeared, Li Rong and Han Fei's tender bodies flickered and also disappeared, rushing to the 4th Master's mansion to accompany his parents in place of Yang Kai. Chapter 936. Medicine King's Valley, Hidden Cloud Peak. With a flash of blue light, Yang Kai appeared. He didn't fly up directly but instead took the initiative to stop at the foot of the peak. This was a holy land in the hearts of all the world's alchemists. Here was where the world's #1 alchemist grandmaster, Xiao Fu Xing, lived. Anyone who came here would not disregard etiquette and fly up the mountain. Many years ago, Yang Kai had spent some time in Medicine King's Valley. Although he had never learned the alchemic way from Grandmaster Xiao, this old man had taught Yang Kai many valuable lessons. On Yang Kai's path of growth, these lessons had helped him a lot. Yang Kai respected this kind grandmaster from the bottom of his heart, as well as the 2 beautiful women who served him. They had given Yang Kai the best resources they could. Yang Kai was very grateful for their generosity and help. This time, he was prepared to take the 3 of them to Tongxian realm. Xiao Fu Xing's lifelong wish was to refine a spirit-grade pill, but due to the constraints of this world, he had never been able to achieve this. As long as they arrived in Tongxian realm, with the resources there and Xiao Fu Xing's methods, refining a spirit-grade pill would not be difficult. Yang Kai began to walk slowly towards Hidden Cloud Peak, looking at the herbs cultivated in the mountains along the way, recalling the 2 months he had lived here. Couldn't help smiling. Medicine King's Valley was not much different from before. Wu Zhang had taken a group of people to the central capital and High Heaven Pavilion to commit crimes, but it didn't seem to affect this place. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the top of the peak. As always, there were only a few huts, very simple and crude. 2 plump figures were sweeping the fallen leaves and dust in front of one of the huts, their hair wrapped in silk scarves to prevent it from getting dirty. Hearing Yang Kai's footsteps, the 2 women raised their heads, the one standing in front wiping the sweat from her forehead as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Auntie Xiang, Auntie Lan." Yang Kai grinned and greeted them loudly. "You are." Auntie Xiang froze for a moment before her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, putting down the broom in her hand and quickly greeting him, "Yang Kai." "It's me." Auntie Lan also hurried over and gently nodded. She examined him from head to toe and pursed her lips into a smile. "It's been so many years since we last met. I almost couldn't recognize you." "Yes, you're much stronger than before. In the past, your body didn't look very good." Auntie Xiang warmly greeted him. "Come in and sit." "Yes." Inside the thatched cottage, Yang Kai, Auntie Xiang, and Auntie Lan sat down at a simple table. There were 3 cups of tea on the table. Auntie Lan said, "There's nothing to entertain, so don't be so formal." Aunt Lan is too polite. Yang Kai drank the tea in front of him in one gulp and said with a smile, although we haven't seen each other for many years, Auntie Lan and Auntie Xiang haven't changed at all. They are still as young as before. The two women looked at each other and smiled. You have a glib tongue. You only know how to please people. Auntie Xiang glared at him. You've deceived a lot of young girls, haven't you? No. Yang Kai scratched his head. I heard that you left the central capital more than 10 years ago. I don't know where you went, but now you're back. And I've only been back for a few days. It's good that you're back safely. Grandmaster used to talk about you a lot, saying that you were clearly proficient in alchemy but acted like you didn't know anything. When you first came here, you deceived him. Back then, I really didn't understand. Where is Grandmaster? Why haven't I seen him? Is he in secluded retreat to perform alchemy again? Yang Kai asked. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan's faces suddenly dimmed, the smiles on their faces converging and their expressions becoming gloomy. Yang Kai's heart sank as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Grandmaster, he passed away 5 years ago. Auntie Xiang turned her head away, her eyes red as she whispered. Yang Kai froze in place, his heart filled with an uncomfortable feeling, as if he was being overturned. He suddenly remembered that the reason Grandmaster Shao had publicly accepted him as a disciple was because he realized that he did not have much time left, so he was so anxious. But unexpectedly, he had passed away 5 years ago. Grandmaster. Yang Kai opened his mouth. His wish has come true. Auntie Xiang suppressed her sad emotions and took out a jade box from her sleeve. Just 7 days before he passed away, he spent the last of his vitality to refine a spirit pill. This is what he was refining at that time. Yang Kai took this spirit pill and felt its weight in his hand, as if what he was holding was not a spirit pill, but a human life. Opening it, the spirit pill was round and full, the aura was dense and the medicinal efficacies were pure. Even an excellent spirit-grade alchemist would not necessarily be able to refine such a good pill. Grandmaster passed away peacefully. Auntie Xiang wiped the corners of her eyes and squeezed out a smile, so we don't need to feel sad for him. However, Grandmaster said that spirit grade is not the highest peak of alchemy, there must be a higher grade above it. Yang Kai's body shook as he secretly felt surprised by Xiao Fu Xing's vision. At this moment, Yang Kai seemed to understand that the reason Xiao Fu Xing was so eager to refine a spirit pill was not because he wanted to make a breakthrough in his own alchemy technique, but rather because he wanted to break through the shackles of this world with his own strength. He had done it. A spirit-grade pill that had never been seen before in this world had been refined by him. Where is Grandmaster buried? Yang Kai looked up and asked. Auntie Xiang got up and said, "Come with me." Hidden Cloud Peak, in a very remote valley, a single mound of dirt stood alone, not too far from the peak. It was hard to believe that such a simple grave was actually the burial place of the world's #1 alchemist. Everything was done according to Grandmaster's last wishes before his death. There is no Grandmaster's body here. After Grandmaster's bones were burned, they were scattered into the river. Here are only a few of his belongings. While Yang Kai was paying his respects, Auntie Xiang stood to the side and explained. If Grandmaster knew that a registered disciple like you could come to see him, he would definitely be very happy. Auntie Xiang covered her mouth and sobbed as she spoke. Auntie Lan's eyes were also red as tears flowed down her cheeks. It's my duty, Yang Kai nodded gently. Half a day later, at the top of Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai said goodbye to Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan. Yang Kai glanced at him casually, a strange smile appearing on his face as he slowly walked in front of him, ignoring the stench emanating from his body. The noon sun was blocked by Yang Kai's figure. The beggar narrowed his eyes, looked up, and then casually closed his eyes again, continuing to meditate. He acted as if Yang Kai didn't exist, turning a blind eye to him. Yang Kai grinned and greeted him, "Shadow King, hello." The beggar's body shook as he suddenly opened his eyes. Only at this moment did he seem to recognize Kai Yang's identity. His face couldn't help but change color as his skinny body trembled in place as electricity surged through his body. In an instant, he disappeared. Chapter 937. Yang Kai turned his head and stared in the direction the beggar disappeared, sneered softly, and shot off like a bolt of lightning. Above Fragrant City, the beggar was flying at a high speed, looking back anxiously in the direction of the palace, but he couldn't see the young man at all. Suspicious, he hurriedly searched for him, but in the blink of an eye, that young man had actually caught up with him and was now flying side by side with him. His demeanor was relaxed. "You." The beggar's eyes went wide, as if he had seen a ghost, unable to believe that he had been surpassed in speed. What he excelled at the most was his burst of speed, and he believed that no one in this world could match him, even if it was the demon lord Yang Bai. He had also praised this young man's speed and admitted his inferiority. But this young man had actually caught up with him first, and from the looks of it, he hadn't even used his full strength. How could he not be shocked? "Shadow King, don't waste your energy, you can't escape." Yang Kai coldly snorted, and a scorching hot power erupted from his body. An invisible fist struck the beggar, catching him off guard. The beggar's figure was suddenly thrown into disarray, as if he had suffered a heavy blow, flipping through the air. He tumbled. After a long time, the beggar managed to stabilize himself and stand in the air, his expression fluctuating as he stared at Yang Kai with a look of dread. Unwillingness and fear filled his face. He had not expected that not only was he inferior to his opponent in terms of speed, but his opponent was also superior to him in terms of strength. Realizing the huge gap between him and his opponent, his thoughts of resistance and escape faded. The other party was right, in the face of absolute power, any resistance was a futile struggle. The burst of power mid-air alarmed the cultivator in Fragrant City and they all looked up. After seeing the two figures in the air, many people exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that the beggar in front of the Queen's Master's palace?" "Yeah, he stays at the entrance of the palace all day long. I don't know how the Queen's Master can stand him. If it were me, I would have driven him away long ago. But looking at him now, he doesn't seem to be a simple beggar. This person's strength is so great, why is he in such dire straits? Until now. Who is that young man? He seems to be even more powerful." The exclamations continued, and the cultivator of Fragrant City moved closer to this side, all wanting to see more clearly. After a short while, the street below, as he spoke, the roof was filled with people. There were even quite a few courageous cultivators who flew into the air and gathered around, putting on an expression as if they were watching a good show. Yang Kai turned a blind eye to this. He really didn't put the strength of Fragrant City's cultivator in his eyes. "Little brat from the Yang family, do you really want to kill us all?" The beggar shouted in grief and indignation. "It's not that I want to kill them all." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I'm just curious. One of the 6 great evil kings, the Lightning Flash Shadow King, is actually so powerful. Why are you disguising yourself as a beggar and hiding in Fragrant City?" Lightning Flash Shadow King. A series of exclamations rang out from below. Everyone was dumbstruck. "No way. That beggar is actually Lightning Flash Shadow King." It does look a bit like him. It really is the lightning flash Shadow King who disappeared more than 10 years ago. We all thought he was dead, but it turns out he's still alive and is hiding in Fragrant City. Fuck, when I passed by him a few days ago, I even spat at him. Isn't this a dead end? The person who spoke had a pale expression. The beggar's complexion paled as he trembled with fear. I also kicked him. The Shadow King Master won't settle accounts with me, right? Another beggar cried out. The nearby cultivators all cast sympathetic gazes at him, their expressions saying, "You're dead meat," causing the person who spoke to become even more terrified. Fortunately, when I passed by him last time, I threw some money to him. Fortunately, I have a kind heart, ha 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 ha. Another beggar said. Some were sad, others were happy. Because of the revelation of this beggar's identity, everyone's expression was different. The Lightning Flash Shadow King, along with the Thunderbolt Beast King, Annihilating Poison King, Profounding Ghost King, Tyrannical Force King, and Beguiling Demon Queen, were known as the 6 Great Evil Kings. Before the appearance of the Demon Lord, the entire ash-gray cloud evil land was under the jurisdiction of these 6 evil kings. When the catastrophe of the central capital arrived, the 6 great evil kings, under the leadership of Demon Lord Yongbai, rushed out to kill the central capital. But in the end, Yongbai died in battle and the 6 great evil kings also suffered heavy losses. Besides Shan Qing Luo, who remained unscathed, 4 of the other 5 evil kings died. Only the Lightning Flash Shadow King managed to escape from the central capital by relying on his own speed. Since then, there had been no news of him. Some people said he had died, others said he had changed his name and lived in seclusion in the mountains. After all, there were many masters in the central capital, so if he dared to show himself, he would likely be targeted. No one could have imagined that he would actually disguise himself as a beggar and hide in Fragrant City, enduring humiliation and dragging out an ignoble existence. If Yang Kai hadn't come to Fragrant City today to find Shan Qing Luo, his identity would not have been exposed. He could hide from others, but he couldn't hide from Yang Kai's perception. A second-order transcendent was already the highest level of existence in this world, so it was difficult for Yang Kai not to notice him. Young family little brat, I am no longer the Lightning Flash Shadow King, nor am I an enemy of the central capital 8 great families. Why are you still being so overbearing? Shadow King yelled harshly. Then why are you hiding your identity and hiding in front of Shan Qing Luo's palace? Do you want to harm her? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Harm her? Shadow King froze for a moment before shouting, are you misunderstanding something? I can stay in front of her palace because she agreed to it. If not for that, do you think I would have stayed here? She agreed to it. Yang Kai frowned and waved his hand, sending a golden rope flying towards Shadow King and binding him. Bind. Yes or no, we'll see later. If the truth isn't what you said, you'll definitely die today. Shadow King struggled for a moment but soon found that this Yuan Qi rope was not something he could break, and after being tied up like this, he couldn't use his full strength. Unable to move, a look of horror appeared on his face, as if he hadn't expected Yang Kai's strength to have reached such a high level. Anxiously, he said, you won't be able to find her, she's no longer in Fragrant City. Not here. Yang Kai's brow furrowed even deeper as he released his divine sense, but really couldn't find Shan Qing Luo's aura, causing him to feel a sense of loss. A sense of loss welled up inside him. Where did she go? There are still a few people in the palace, you can ask them, Lightning Flash Shadow King said angrily. Good. Yang Kai nodded before pulling Shadow King into Shan Qing Luo's palace. Fragrant City's cultivator stared at this scene in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. Evil kings were the supreme masters of the ash-gray cloud evil land. Every evil king was synonymous with strength, but now, this young man had appeared out of nowhere. This young man had actually captured an evil king with just a wave of his hand. It was as simple and easy as pinching a turtle. This scene gave them a surreal feeling, many of them rubbing their eyes hard to confirm that what they were seeing was not an illusion. All they saw was the backs of Yang Kai and Lightning Flash Shadow King gradually disappearing. Inside the palace, several maids heard the commotion and rushed out, just in time to meet Yang Kai. Seeing the appearance of this person, all of them exclaimed. The beautiful woman, Yunli, and the maids, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, were still here. The three of them were the ones sent by Shan Qing Luo to serve Yang Kai. Young Master Yang. Yunli covered her mouth and called out. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Shadow King, how did you? Yunli glanced over at the embarrassed Lightning Flash Shadow King, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. Can I trouble you to explain to this young family boy, was it your master who agreed for me to stay in Fragrant City? Lightning Flash Shadow King asked angrily. Yes. Yang Kai looked over at Yunli and said, just tell the truth. There's no need to be afraid of him. Yunli didn't know whether to laugh or cry but nodded. Young Master Yang, it was indeed the Queen's master who agreed for him to stay here. Since the master has been gone for so many years, it was Shadow King who secretly watched over Fragrant City, preventing any major disturbances from occurring. Outside. No one knows that the Queen's master has long since left and only thinks she has been in retreat. Yang Kai frowned in surprise, but since Yunli said so, it meant Shadow King wasn't lying. Unlocking Yu Tian. You just said that Shan Qing Luo left Fragrant City a long time ago. Where did she go? Yunli, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing both shook their heads. We don't know where the master went, but before she left, she seemed to have said something to Shadow King. Shadow King should know some clues. Yang Kai turned his head and stared at Lightning Flash Shadow King. Shadow King muttered a few words, seemingly cursing, before angrily saying, Shan Qing Luo said she went to find you, but as for where she went, I don't know. I don't know. Find me. She should know I'm not in the central capital, so why would she go looking for me? She didn't go to the central capital to find you. What she said before she left was very strange, as if she mentioned something about a higher-level world, similar to Yang Bai's. What she said was somewhat similar. Yang Kai's expression shook as he suddenly remembered that when he left, he had indeed said these things to Shan Qing Luo. When did she leave? 2 years after you disappeared, she left. She said that her soul-seeking seal was placed in your body, so as long as she could find the world you were in, it would be easy for her to find you. Yang Kai nodded, confirming that Shadow King was telling the truth. The fact that he had Shan Qing Luo's soul-seeking seal in his body was something no one knew about except for him, so Shadow King should have known about it. Luo had mentioned it to him. What about Bai Luo? She was also taken away. Yang Kai sighed, at a loss for what to do. He hadn't expected that the dragon lady would actually leave the ash-gray cloud evil land in order to find him and even declare that she was looking for a higher-level world. He didn't know whether she had found him or not, but if she had, it would mean that she was also in Tongxian realm, so why had she not come to see him? Yang Kai had completely lost track of her. Feeling somewhat lost, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed. When the dragon lady was pestering him, he couldn't wait for her to scram far away and not appear in front of him. She had appeared before him, but now that he had really lost her, Yang Kai felt somewhat melancholy. Suddenly, he felt like he was being cheapened. I've said everything I need to say. Since I've fallen into your hands today, if you want to kill me or cut me into pieces, do as you see fit, Shadow King coldly snorted. Just like before. Chapter 938. Inside the beguiling demon queen's palace, Lightning Flash Shadow King proudly raised his head, an unyielding look on his face. Young Kai glanced at him faintly and waved his hand. Scram, I have no interest in killing you. Shadow King stared at Young Kai with some surprise, apparently not having expected him to be willing to let him go. The reason he had chosen to live as a beggar these past few years was because he was afraid the masters of the central capital would find trouble with him. Now that he had accidentally fallen into Yang Kai's hands, he actually had a chance to survive. Why haven't you left yet? Yang Kai shouted. Shadow King gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. He was the Shadow King, but he had to endure humiliation to survive. It was one thing for him to be looked down upon by the world, but now, this young man in front of him was casually yelling at him, not taking him seriously at all. This made him feel very unjust. He wanted to fight Yang Kai to the death. But in the end, he suppressed his anger and coldly said, Shan Qing Luo went to the spider mother's nest before she left. She seemed to have found something there. If you want to find her, you may find some clues there. Saying so, Shadow King turned around and left. Spider Mother's nest. Yang Kai muttered to himself. He naturally remembered this place clearly. Back then, a seventh-order monster beast that could communicate with humans through divine sense lived there, the Spider Mother. It was also the only seventh-order monster beast in the entire world. Shan Qing Luo's poisonous widow constitution originated from it, and the aphrodisiac poison in her body was neutralized by the Spider Mother's monster core. Young Master Yang. Yunli called out softly, are you going to find the Queen Master? Let's go take a look, she may not still be there. And, she should have left long ago. Oh, then young Master Yang should be careful, Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqi nodded lightly, not bothering to persuade him to stay. Yang Kai glanced at them and suddenly said, your master is no longer here, what are you doing here? Yunli smiled and said disappointedly, where else can we go? If we stay here, at least we'll have a place to live, but if we go somewhere else, with our current strength and appearance, young Master Yang should be well aware of what awaits us outside. The three women, one big and two small, all looked pretty good, but they didn't have much strength. If they really lost the protection of this place and went outside, they would only become the playthings of men. I'll take you with me. Are you coming with me? Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. Yunli's eyes lit up as she glanced over at Ruoyu and Ruoqing before nodding, good, if young Master Yang can reunite with the Queen's Master in the future, we can continue to serve the Queen's Master. Then you guys pack up, I'll be back as soon as possible. Oh right, ask the others in the palace if they want to leave. I remember there are still 2 maids, right? Yang Kai instructed, and Yunli hurriedly complied. An hour later, in the Broodmother's lair. Yang Kai stood in the air and looked down at the huge spider statue. He had never thought carefully about how this giant spider statue had come to be, but now that he had come here more than a decade later, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. In the past, there had been countless giant spiders here, and the Spider Mother had also lived here, but in the end, they were still monster beasts, so it was impossible for them to build such a statue. Moreover, this statue seemed to have undergone many vicissitudes of life, and Yang Kai estimated that it was at least tens of thousands of years old. At this moment, there was no sign of life in the Broodmother's lair. After the Spider Mother's death, the giant spiders that had originally lived here had all disappeared. In addition to Ruoyu and Ruoqing, There were 2 other maids in the palace, so Yang Kai took them all together and flew to the central capital. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to the Yang family. Seeing Yang Kai bring back 5 beauties, the expressions of Li Rong and Han Fei suddenly became strange. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain things to them and simply asked the Yang family 4th master to make arrangements for Yun Li and the others. Before Shan Qing Luo appeared, these 5 women would remain in the Yang family as maids. 4th Master Yang nodded. Yang Kai. Cousin. 2 voices called out from nearby, causing Yang Kai to turn his head and see Dong Qing Han and Dong Qing Yan running towards him from a short distance away. Dong Qing Han was no longer fat, as if he had lost several dozen kilograms, becoming tall and powerful. His cousin Dong Qing Yan had also grown into a slender and elegant woman, large where she should be and small where she should be, quite pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned. When he returned a few days ago, he had seen many of his old friends, but he hadn't seen anyone from the Dong family until today, when these 2 cousins appeared in front of him. Dong Qing Yan rushed over, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Yang Kai as she smiled. Cousin, I haven't seen you in more than 10 years, you've become much more handsome. Your little mouth is quite sweet. Yang Kai was very satisfied, but Dong Qing Yan just grinned meaningfully and stretched out her hand to Yang Kai. Cousin, do you have any reward for me? Yang Kai was stunned. Dong Qing Han smiled at Yang Kai, clearly taking pleasure in his misfortune. I'll give you this. Yang Kai took out a piece of crystal stone and handed it to Dong Qing Yan, saying seriously, take good care of this, it's a precious treasure. It contains a huge amount of energy that can be directly absorbed and transformed into Yuan Qi, whether it's for recovery or cultivation, it'll be of great benefit. Dong Qing Yan's eyes lit up, her hands tightly gripping the crystal stone as she couldn't help praising, this thing is so clear and beautiful, it's like a huge gem, are you really giving it to me? What's the point of taking back something you've already given away? Thank you, cousin. Dong Qing Yan was very happy, solemnly placing the crystal stone into her purse, a look of satisfaction on her face. Li Rong and Han Fei, who were standing nearby, couldn't bear to see this little girl being deceived by Yang Kai like this, but were too embarrassed to say that this crystal stone wasn't anything precious, slowly shaking their heads and laughing. Little sister, go play somewhere else, I have something to discuss with Yang Kai. Dong Qing Han winked at Dong Qing Yan. Acting so mysterious, it's definitely not something good. Dong Qing Yan snorted and ran off. Leaving behind only the 2 cousins, Dong Qing Han's expression became serious as he asked, I heard you're taking the Yang family to a place called Tongshan Realm. And what's your Dong family's plan? My father and mother should have sent you a message already, right? I received a message from aunt and uncle, so I hurried over. The Dong family is now packing up and preparing to advance and retreat together with your Yang family. Dong Qing Han's expression became serious as he quickly asked, but is this reliable? If it wasn't, would I let my entire family follow me? I'm not someone who doesn't have a plan. Yang Kai raised his brow. Of course I know that. It's just that I have to leave my hometown all of a sudden and head to an unknown place. Isn't that a little terrifying? You'll get used to it slowly. Yang Kai comforted, when I first arrived there, I was also confused, but there were many more wonderful things and opportunities there, suitable for young people. Haha. Dong Qing Han laughed, I was just asking casually, but since Qiu Yimeng chose to go with you, it shouldn't be a bad idea. To put it bluntly, I believe in Qiu Yimeng's vision more. Yang Kai was speechless. When does your Yang family plan to leave? As soon as possible, the journey is too long. From here to our destination, it will take at least 3 or 4 months, and if there are any delays along the way, it will only take longer. So long. Dong Qinghan's face changed. The vastness of Tongxian realm is far beyond your imagination, so your Dong family doesn't need to come to the central capital to meet with the Yang family. You can send a message back to High Heaven Pavilion. I will take the Yang family there. Good. Dong Qinghan nodded. I'll arrange it. Chapter 939. The central capital was bustling with activity. The Yang family, Chiu family, and Huo family members were all packing up. Although Yang Kai had ordered them to keep everything simple, with so many people moving together, it was still quite time-consuming. Yang Kai waited for 10 days in the central capital before everything was ready. With a single order, nearly 1,000 people from the three families set off in the direction of High Heaven Pavilion. The total number of people from the three families was naturally more than this, but no matter which family it was, there were still some who were unwilling to leave the central capital. The situation of the Yang family was slightly better. 90% of their people had followed Yang Kai, leaving behind only the elderly who were unwilling to travel such a long distance. At least half of the people from the Huo family and Chiu family stayed behind. Only the direct descendants, under the strict orders of Huo Stars and Chiu Yi Meng, joined the expedition team. Yang Kai's friends were also in the team. They had already sent the news back to their respective sects. As for how to deal with it, it would depend on the attitude of their sect's elders. Yang Kai had already told them that as long as they were willing to follow him to Tongxian realm, they could go directly to High Heaven Pavilion. He would be staying at High Heaven Pavilion for a while and wouldn't wait for them after that. Outside the central capital, the procession continued on its journey. At the city gate, many people were gathered, watching the procession leave with complicated looks on their faces. Most of these people were members of the other 5 families of the central capital. Brother Meng, is it right for us to choose to stay here? The Kong family patriarch Kong Jian's eyes were filled with confusion as he stared at the 1,000 people walking away, a trace of envy appearing in his heart. These people were going to go to a higher world, to a higher place, but they had to stay here in the central capital, unable to integrate. The Meng family patriarch Meng Shani shook his head and sighed. I don't know whether it's right to stay here or not, but our families don't have much of a friendship with Yang Kai. If we really follow him, we won't necessarily be better off on the other side. If he has any good resources, he will definitely give priority to the Yang family, Chiu family, and Huo family. Our 5 families won't be valued and may even be marginalized or swallowed up. Brother Meng is right. The head of the Yi family, Yi Jingli, nodded his head. It is precisely because we have such concerns that we rejected his invitation. I believe that he can also guess our concerns, so he did not insist. Are we thinking too much? Since it's a higher level place, with our capital, I'm afraid Yang Kai won't take a fancy to it, right? Kong Jian's expression was hesitant. Maybe it's just a small matter for him to invite us over. Let him think too much. Now that he has already rejected him, do you think he can still follow him? Brother Liu, what do you think? Gao family patriarch Gao Rangxian turned his eyes to Lu Qingyao and asked. Lu Qingyao was the #1 master of the central capital's younger generation, so among these people, he had some weight. I have no opinion. Lu Qingyao slowly shook his head, refusing to say another word. 10 kilometers outside the central capital, Yang Kai and Stars Hua and Chiu Yi Meng walked side by side. Hua Stars glanced back and asked, Young Master Kai, are we just going to ignore those people? How? If they don't want to follow me, I can't force them, right? Everyone has their own destiny, let nature take its course. And this is their own choice, what are you worrying about? Chiao E Meng rolled her eyes at Huastars. Huastars laughed dryly. It's not that I'm worried about them, it's just that after all, we've all lived together in the central capital for so many years, suddenly leaving like this makes me a bit reluctant. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about them. Come, young Master Kai, I'll introduce you to my 15 concubines and main wives. They're all very interested in you and want me to introduce you to them. Young Kai's face went black. Forget it. With more than a dozen wives, it would be troublesome to even greet them. What if they asked him for a meeting gift? How can that be? If you don't meet them, they'll definitely come to me tonight to settle accounts. Huastars shouted. Yang Kai felt extremely helpless, but just as he was about to agree, he suddenly frowned and turned his head towards a certain direction, his expression gradually becoming dignified. Master! Li Rong shouted from the side. I know. Yang Kai gently nodded and hurriedly said, Brother Hua, Chiao E Meng, you two continue leading the team, I'll be right back. Saying so, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Li Rong and Han Fei both glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. Chiao E Meng and Huastars were stunned, not knowing why they had all suddenly run away. Where did Kai go? Dong Suju quickly walked up and asked. I don't know, he seemed to have discovered something. Chiao E Meng said thoughtfully. Is there any danger? Dong Suju asked worriedly. Don't worry, Auntie, Yang Kai has 2 masters protecting him. Although I don't know how strong those 2 are, they should be very powerful. Chiao E Meng smiled and comforted. Hearing her say this, Dong Suju also breathed a sigh of relief. 4th Master Yang laughed and said, Your son is all grown up, why do you always care about him? Let him do what he wants, Kai has a sense of propriety. The team continued to move forward, and except for a few people nearby who noticed that Yang Kai had left, no one else was aware of this. 100 kilometers away from the team. A beam of bloody light and a beam of black light were flying towards them at high speed. The speed of these 2 lights was extremely fast, obviously their strength was not low, and as they flew, they unscrupulously exuded a shocking evil chi. Wherever they passed, trees withered, as if they had been eroded by the flowing time. Great Emperor, their vitality drained away. All the creatures who perceived this terrifying evil chi trembled and curled up in place, those with poor psychological endurance directly dying of fright. This kind of terrifying evil chi was not something the cultivator of this world could withstand. Oh! A cry of alarm came from the black shadow, and immediately after, the black shadow stopped mid-air, revealing a tyrannical body. As soon as he appeared, he exuded a mountainous momentum. The blood-red light also stopped beside him, revealing a slim and graceful figure. Impressively, it was a woman. Someone actually got here before us. The other demon general regarded this matter as a laughingstock for Xueli and would make fun of her every time they met, causing Xueli to be quite annoyed. Do as you wish. Mengu waved his hand impatiently. As long as you don't harm my interests, don't blame me for being impolite. Xueli nodded with satisfaction, a faint light flashing across her beautiful eyes. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.